pompous vocabulary with an archaic Elizabethan cadence, where reality and exaggeration, intensity and depth intertwine continuously and merge with each other. But what slowly emerges from the book is something deeper, a gaze full of love and compassion that embraces the layered complexity of reality and opens up perspectives never seen before. There is a wisdom and sweetness that indicates the boundless and luminous spaces for the whole of humanity, its sacredness, its moving beauty. The Rose is like a slow, brooding song to this vision, written by a great soul, sweet and kind, with compassion and love, from the black background of a concrete steel cell, 2 meters by 3, where it languishes without the comfort of friends or love for almost 20 years.
Highlander, Chapter 1 of the book, was recorded by Leonard himself. It was pieced together from a series of around 10 phone calls from within the maximum security prison he currently resides in. If you listen closely, you can occasionally hear the ambient sounds of the prison in the background, as Leonard read the chapter aloud in the early morning hours, using his precious limited phone calls to bring it to you.
Each chapter in this podcast series will be read by a different voice, and some of the upcoming readers include Benedictine monk Brother David Steindl-Rost, Ben Sessa MD, and many others. We're going to break partway through the episode to help listeners digest the first sequence. We'll hear some thoughts on the first passage by psychedelic researcher and postdoctoral scholar Nishay Devaneux. Here's a short excerpt from her commentary to give you a taste.
Hi, my name is Nishay Devaneux, and I'm here to share some thoughts about Leonard Pickard's The Rose of Paracelsus. Now, I have a PhD in comparative literature, and I'm used to reading, I guess what you would call literary English, which is not how most people speak nowadays. And The Rose of Paracelsus is definitely written in literary high English, which means that for people who haven't studied literature, it can be difficult to follow along at first, and maybe helpful to have a dictionary. There are a lot of words that are used that are not familiar from everyday conversation. But one thing that I've noticed for myself and also teaching literature to undergraduate students is that if you have patience with it and you can kind of bear that initial discomfort.
Careful and accurate reader, not productive. These writings are a literary experiment. It is an extrapolation of the government's fictions at a federal trial, hypothesizing the existence of an international psychedelic conspiracy. It evolved as well from the poetry and stories of Jorge Luis Borges. The experiment is to discover whether a classical form in the mannered language of Borges can be applied to a theoretical drug trafficking organization and to psychological phenomena often not accessible through prose. The cities and characters at times may seem unreal, as is the narrator, and these very words, the atoms of thought. In the form of a memoir describing a researcher's observations on a seductive group with special gifts, the tale is an effort to emulate certain works of Borges and thereby to embrace the medieval, the erotic, the infinite. It is the author's hope that the reader will find something memorable in these pages, even though the commonplace yields to the transcendent at a moment's reflection. The careful and accurate reader now enters this labyrinth of science, myth, and sensuality, cognition and compassion, surveillance and deception, and the trying of the human spirit. One might approach the material as it was written, slowly. Such a reader is invited to contact the author with comments, suggestions, and corrections. This is a living work, subject to revision and expansion. Those whose efforts are incorporated into subsequent editions will be cited or acknowledged at their thoughtful discretion and with enduring gratitude. Part 1, titled A Simple Monk, with an epigraph by T.E. Lawrence from 7 Pillars of Wisdom. The dreamers of the day are dangerous men, for they act their dream with open eyes to make it possible. Covering the manuscript is a page titled Report to the Human Subjects Committee, Harvard University Faculty of Arts and Sciences. And it reads, with the assistance of a grant through Harvard Medical School, a series of interviews has been conducted among the principals of various drug trafficking organizations in an effort to quantify the economics, public health burdens, and prevalence of certain drugs and, in the instance of non-lethal drugs, both novel and synthetic, such as LSD, ayahuasca, to explore the lifestyles, personalities, characters, and motives of manufacturers, and B, in the instance of lethal addictive drugs such as heroin, fentanyl, cocaine, methamphetamine, to observe the drug's progress from the farm gate or clandestine laboratory to the street user and the toxic outcomes from uncontrolled use. The enclosed report consists of a personal field journal over 4 years, including relevant scenes in Cambridge and in foreign settings, focusing initially on the study of psychedelic manufacturers. As the committee will observe, there are inherent difficulties in preparing rigorous ethnographies on the psychedelic group. The challenges are similar to those experienced by ethnopharmacologists living for extended periods among remote Amazonian tribes during their practice of syncretic religions. Richard Evans Schultes at the Harvard Botanical Museum and his graduate students have applied these methods to indigenous groups in the Orinoco Basin and the Pantanal. Due to the unusual phenomena encountered, numerous historical recollections are embedded in the report. They may be helpful in distinguishing the observer from the observed. As a caveat, the committee will note that while illegal activity is not condoned herein, the descriptions of altered and visionary states often parallel existing records in the medical, forensic, and psychiatric literature, to which these special histories may be supplemented. Respectfully submitted, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Chapter 1, titled Highlander, with an epigraph by Borges from The Man on the Threshold. But where was one to find them, if they wander the earth, lost and anonymous, and are not recognized when they are met with, and not even they themselves know the high mission they perform? A quote from Orwell, 1984. You had to live, did live, from habit that became instinct, and the assumption that every sound you made was overheard, and except in darkness, every moment scrutinized. The last epigraph by Joyce, from a portrait of the artist as a young man. The stars began to crumble, and a cloud of fine stardust fell through space. And now we begin the narrative of Chapter 1. Her eyes were emerald and hermetic, her weathered face lit as if by benign witchcraft. An agile elderly woman of dignity and bearing, with waist-length white hair and loose braids. She was an ominous rose, bundled artfully in woolens of purple and red. An unexpected apparition, she descended to sit beside me. The dying sun in silver streams yielded to the moonrise. "They are coming for you," she said. We watched as before us a solitary piper begin playing to the full moon, standing with his fur sporran among the heath and harebells on our isolated hilltop. His double jacket bonnet ribbons fluttered in the sea wind. The plain mantle over his left shoulder was held by a brooch. His kilt, the hunting steward tartan. His black brogues shine beneath white spats. He was etched against fog banks cascading to the darkening ocean. His tall, dry stalks of broom leaned in the cool dust. Amid the salt air and spiky gorse, he fingered a haunting melody on his chanter. 5 pipes and low-octave drones seemed but a dirge, until the skirling grew high and free, resounding Scotland the Brave. It was the Hunter's Moon celebration on this crisp October eve, when once each year only local villagers of Point Reyes, California, knew where to gather on Inverness Ridge to attend the piper. Crocheted pullovers or clustered within blankets, we listened, while below the lonely moors stretched like gray counterpanes to the edge of nothingness. "They're coming for you," she said again, more intently. "Now." "How shall I recognize them?" I asked. She could not hear the quickness of my heart. "They are like stumbling through a mirror, traveling across the sky." She whispered a few directions in the cultivated voice of a ballet grande dame, rich with Central European dialects, perhaps Hungarian or Czech. Her words were like a room full of moonlight to one's imprisoned blood. She had a spectral air, the holiness conferred by secrecy. Though formidable, she spoke almost inaudibly, as if presenting to the Inquisition. She referred to 6 people in the world who had the capacity to synthesize kilograms of LSD. She said they moved about the shadowy earth with solitary motives, as the most devoted of societies. Others described them as an invisible cartel of theologians and mystagogues, without weapons or violence, reputed by some within the underground to possess the preternatural equanimity of the battleground. I was visiting from Cambridge in graduate studies at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government. A simultaneous appointment at Harvard Medical School as a drug policy fellow and research associate in neurobiology supported an interest in novel drugs and organizations. Through a baffling, labyrinthine series of seemingly accidental encounters, I became aware of them, and they of me. Yet they remained eternally elusive, unlocatable, unknowable. At an uncertain time, an unknown person had disclosed vaguely. One of the 6 might approach, After each encounter and vetting, perhaps another might appear, but ultimately only 5 of the 6. It was a trackless mystery of no identities. Their names were to be replaced by shades ascending from scarlet.
Kies 1 als u uw BSN wilt intoetsen, zodat wij uw Voer nu uw burgerservice nummer in en sluit af met een hekje. Kies 1 als u belt over een ontvangen aanmaning of betalingsherinnering. Kies 2 als u een vraag heeft over een betaling of terugbetaling. Kies 3 als u een rekeningnummer wilt controleren. U hoort nu 2 keuzes.
1 of 2, want...
Kies 1 als u een schuldenoverzicht wil ontvangen. Kies 2 als u een andere vraag heeft.
Ik heb een andere vraag.
Het is op dit moment erg druk.
Ja, dat geloof ik.
Al onze medewerkers zijn in gesprek en de wachtrij is helaas vol. Probeert u het later nog eens. Informatie kunt u ook vinden op www.belastingdienst.nl. Wij verbreken nu de verbinding.
Zo vol is de wachtrij hier, jongens. Maar goed, ondanks dat ze dus die huurtoeslag weer hebben, ik heb hierover gebeld en het zou helemaal geen probleem moeten zijn. Maar toch blijf ik deze post krijgen.
As were painted Homer's ships, crimson, indigo, vermilion, magenta, cobalt. At the appointed hour, I walked northward in the violet evening far along Lemontour Beach. There were no signs of human existence, only a monotony of ocean and wind-carved dunes. The surrounding fog was phantasmal with loneliness, as if one had left Earth's embrace. High seas were running, with immense clouds of spray. Shivering, I kindled a small fire from driftwood and by its warmth began listening to a recording of Wagner's Der Ring der Nibelungen. The white noise, as the booming waves folded in upon themselves, became double basses and bassoons, sustaining for an unearthly 136 bars the E-flat chords of Das Rheingold in the ring cycle, announcing the creation of the world. At the 108th measure, crimson materialized silently beside me. There was no fright at the presence of this international quarry, but an odd sense of greater safety. Upon leaving a small sailboat moored in a distant inlet on Tamales Bay, he had walked 10 miles through the national seashore hiking trails. He was casual, admiring the Pacific, mentioning sailing off Cape Cod in the South China Sea and the coastlines of Goa and Ibiza. His eyes were deeply set like a Navajo roadman, the visage of having seen the dancing flames and prayer fans and movement of spirit until the dawn woman brought water. His face of many years was smooth, as if reborn, tall with hair close to a crew cut, a beatific countenance at moments. He had the quick acuity of a heavily scheduled surgeon. His language mingled with scholarly asides. He wore heavy, dark red cable knit over jeans and running shoes. Rangy and well-exercised, he could have been a Princeton crew alumnus, a rower carrying sculls from the boathouse to the lake. In his late 50s, his voice was at times retreating and academic, reflecting years of isolation in deserts and mountains, surrounded by literature and ranges of light. His eyes were hazel, like leaves in late autumn. He offered a sip of mango juice from an antique silver flagon, as if it were holy water. Within minutes, the sea floor itself, perhaps the entire continent, seemed to move ever so slightly, like some microscopic, profound, and irrevocable tectonic shift. The fire's heat against the cold sea air became the allegory for the worlds balanced by practitioners of these clandestine arts. I could only listen to his fantastic web of recollections and foretelling as he spoke softly, confiding mythic tales of remote laboratory sites. Sacred glass furnishes, he said, disgorge illumined fragments of mind and blinding rivers. Alone and on their knees at these fountains of consciousness, singular beings pray for an end to suffering. Eternal evenings become crystal daybreaks, pierced by the morning star. At first, thinking him messianic, pontificating, perhaps a proponent of some arcane religious heresy or ghastly folly, I felt mixed elation and alarm. There was a moral unease at his description of what could only be mere simulacra, but the changes were beginning. With his words, the beach became luminous as noon, as though the sky had knocked open. There was the crackle of stars, then blood-red shelves of Magellanic clouds. The ocean was billowing cold and black, percussive between the screaming silences. The dunes were a moonscape of rubble. There's fission and fusion of thought and feeling, he said, as forgiveness for all blast heavenward. Absolute chaos renders to absolute certainty. Wrenching ignominy and confusion transmute to clarity and peace. The tranquil vales of Elysium are welcoming us. He fell silent. The sound of the sea began to evolve out of night. The hum of existence whispering secrets like some fantastic drug, but not so cruelly, for mine that evening was so vast that no mere substance dare mimic its majesty. It was the power of grace that compelled us. The seas cradled and released, as if in play they flowed in bright streams, reflecting the plumed branches of heaven above. Unrolling firmaments were full of incoherent raptures. I sat speechless in a hypnagogic state while he seemed to transform in the shifting firelight and white noise and the reflections of 10,000 fingers of fractal silver waves into a spectrum of beings. He reaggregated as the alchemist Paracelsus, as the Gnostic wizard Hermes Trismegistus, as an ecclesiastical conspirator in 16th century Basel, as an itinerant tinker on a Scottish beach. He displayed the Dionysiac intoxication recalled by Euripides in the Bacchae, yet the solemnity of Delphic priest as clouds of myrrh trailed from his oracular pronouncements. He became robot flesh from synthetic DNA and future avatars penetrating the present for just this one encounter. Then a Miocene hominid speaking unknown tongues before the advent of fire. He became the angel that St. John saw in the sun. Then all the healers and medicines of the world, the heretical anatomy of Galen and Vesalius, the antisepsis of Lister, the anesthesia of Crawford Long. Finally, the dreamlike light show slowed. The changes merging into a single, still, perfectly clear prospect. There appeared at last only Crimson himself, simply poking the embers around and placing driftwood, as if nothing at all had occurred except two friends warming themselves beneath the universal canopy. After the psychic conflagrations, I took quite some moments to recover. "Something more you wish to know," he said, with gravitas. The night was a Damascene conversion into a privileged heterodoxy, like a bewitchment conferred by priest of concealed knowledge. In the end, one was grateful to discover, all was lucid. At first, it seemed a trial by self-immolation, where the duplicitous would go mad. But in the purity of my inquiry, I survived this first encounter, perhaps the last stage of their background check. I've been permitted a carefully limited glance at the edges of a worldwide system, the existence of which had never been proven. My writings henceforth were but a fitful remembrance, not only of these most uncommon of interviews, but of complex ephemera, barely recordable, yet absolute. They were so utterly unforgettable that in order for the observer to function, they must be forgotten. Rendered mute by all that had been said and seen, none of which was suitable for Harvard peer review, I managed to remember a question, finding a barely articulate voice. The mind, the mindset, what is required for your work? Other than the syntheses conducted by each of the six, he said, I specialize in basic security. The foci of the other five are different. My perspective cycles among only a few realities, then repeats. Moving from window to window, I may in one view predatory opposing forces with weapons. In another, daisies strewn in a field, like laughter. In another, the nightingale's cry on a southern night, or an unmarked car at the wrong time of day, or sublime ranges of forest and mountains and no walls. It's the schizophrenic life of a sentient herbivore, at any moment devoured pitilessly, but living the long peace, grazing in serenity beneath untroubled skies. But how do you live each day? Upon waking, he said, I meditate on boundless tranquility and freedom. Then through every hour keep submerged the cold sweat, the awareness of pervasive surveillance technologies, ubiquitous cameras, facial recognition, dossiers, and databanks. I constantly recognize fearfully armed governments, the control of radical thinking and non-obeisance, the data mining for single actors and organizations beyond the state's understanding. As I walk through cities, I'm cognizant of aerial, automotive, and pedestrian surveillance, the small armies of police disguised as laborers, bankers, cabbies, barflies, cocaine traffickers, and earnest fellow travelers. At this overwhelming disclosure, which at first seemed a highly functional paranoia, I noticed that Crimson was an island of contrast. His hands were toughened from splitting cords and fire-making, at the same time without tremor, possessing a connectedness between earth and sky. Yet his perfectly manicured fingers seemed capable of calligraphic flourishes, the precise rotation of stopcocks, the fine analytical measurement of exotic reagents. He emanated an electrical excitement suggestive of some great and wonderful secret. He unnervingly anticipated my every thought, withdrawing gently when I grew fearful at his presence. Near this remarkable being, one of the six, it seemed no time for careless trivia. How do you avoid detection? I dress, act, and speak quite conservatively, striving to be forgettable, to leave no memory. One must be a gray man, perhaps a mild accountant of little means, to hide without a trace personal responsibility for the ecstasies, the orgasmic religiosities in millions of minds. At this frank admission, he looked to the sea. I was saddened by this painful description of his dichotomy, the chilling and necessary mechanisms for covert actions coexisting with his heightened aesthetic. His poetic stream of observations and acts rendered every moment deeply felt. It seemed the greatest irony that one who espoused divine unity and harmony would suffer in such cause a lifetime of being a virtual outcast. I seized upon his assertion of mimicking common habits, mores, and clothing to appear normal, even as he controls some vast, chimerical, and stealthy machine. You practice a form of social invisibility. We dress for the environment, he said, like chameleons. So there are no sartorial affectations or signals as we move unnoticed among the mainstream. No capes or long hair or shaved skulls or tattoos or any distinguishing features. One becomes boring visually. It appears the ultimate conformist, hopeless to underground art and fashion. Yet the women have been known to affect fascinators among the pomp of English receptions, or torn Levi's for a dismal bus ride to Corpus Christi. The sands were white meadows beneath the moon, drawing the brilliance of open sea. Crimson seemed a persecuted ecclesiastic, fleeing Gothic halls and cloisters, his intrigues majestic as the night orned with stars. Rather than sensing criminality, one felt the presence of great virtue. And your behavior is normal. We are considered wild men among a few, he said, but our manner is entirely conventional, even drab or self-effacing. Forsaking all recognition for the improbability of detection, we practice blending in seamlessly. Upon contact with the public, we have easy courtesies and friendly eyes, exchanging simple words as though one has nothing to hide, but also to not frighten anyone or provoke suspicion or even remembrance. White caps were racing, colliding into light showers of spray. The winds were a chanting sort of litany, conjured up by fairies. But how do you remain balanced? As with Daniel among the lines, he said, one's heart cannot be conflicted even momentarily. Such enduring duplicity must be conducted with fearless grace. The life is difficult. Only by devotion to cognitive evolution can harboring constant deceits be made honorable. I speak here not of small syntheses, 100 grams or a million doses on occasion, but the requisite practices over decades for planetary scale batches. Crimson was not being sententious, but perceived correctly he was the prey, constantly hunted by unseen international law enforcement and intelligence agencies. I listened to this lonely warrior behind enemy lines, who spoke of a small but widespread underground that provided him with a modicum of respect, tolerance, and safety. He had committed a felony that would be penalized by life in prison, not once, but for a lifetime. It was disconcerting that in beholding his face, one saw not some cabalistic darkness, but a luminous compassion. Crimson, as one of the six, was a dedicated psychedelic manufacturer since his first exposure to a classical hallucinogen. In rare instances, my inquiry was permitted into other techniques by which he had somehow evaded arrest for decades. I learned of the rogue chemist's methods of the trade-off of an unthreatened life for an inspired alienation, which must not be shared even with those he loved. He ceased his introspections for a while, then remarked, "As you say in Zen, a hair's breadth deviation, and you're out of tune." I'd never once referred to my years before Harvard as a monk at Ho-Sin-Ji Monastery. The six had investigated me. Somewhat undone, I suggested taking some air. We walked in an unhurried way, arms crossed, even as the chill of the rolling gray ocean began to reach through us. We passed masses of kelp and sequoia driftwood, watching the sandpipers at the edge of riplets and gulls sailing over the crest, while the sighting of kestrels, eagles, and egrets redeemed our intrusion into this sacred shore. Stopping at last, we saw in the mist, flowing over our distant embers, the sleeping eye of some great beast. Returning, we hastened our fire with eucalyptus. Warming ourselves, we faced the sea and talked of magical things, then of desperate covert lifestyle, Crimson mused, the practice necessary to support clandestine psychedelic manufacture, may be applied to any severely outlawed activity. The hidden other life, terrible in its stress, requires the most delicate decisions. Metaphorically, perhaps the only way it can be described, the path is fine as a silver web, treacherous as an icy couloir, yet success, the completion of a synthesis, is like the dawn, the end of dreams. Trails of smoke from our fire dwindled away among the stars. Ribbons of darkness turned throughout the enigmatic diamond sky. Light sea winds invigorated the blue-black littoral of the coast. Eager to learn more, and not wanting to divert him from his poetic illusions, I offered some jasmine tea from a flask. My questioning became very gentle, like a novitiate who knew nothing. And what decisions might those be? I asked. It is as if we were early Christians, he ventured, clinging together among hostile Romans or pagan Visigoths before legions worshipping Saturn. One decides early on whether one's elixir is sacramental or poisonous, whether the outcome is benevolent or criminal, a hallowed duty or a tragic caprice. The moral issues are resolved through repeated personal sufferings and illuminations, agonies and ecstasies, no less than any acolyte. We were among the first exposed to the substance. And you concluded that distribution of psychedelics was, in the aggregate, benign? Among a narrow subset of the population, he said, who wish it. Not for everyone. LSD is only the first synthetic non-lethal compound in an accelerating psychopharmacological revolution of evolutionary magnitude, the dimensions and social impact of which we hardly can anticipate. Evolutionary magnitude? Consider the primordial fire makers of Homo erectus, the cave artist at Lascaux or Grotte Chauvet Pont d'Arc. Think of the coming of the prophets, the transition from papyrus to electrons for communication. For those who first knew of the light, special knowledge and practices were closely held, for the future unraveled in manifold directions, both that of plague and salvation. Societies divided on the issues. Moral introspection was paramount. What does one do with the sacred, with utterly transforming technology? Withhold it or release it? None were decisions for governments, but for the makers. I waited for his elevated, almost scholarly discourse to resolve into actual precepts that could be recorded. Although he possessed several distinct voices, his language at this time was antiquated, Dickensian. It seemed stilted to the modern ear, as though he had spent years alone, removed in hidden settings, comforted only by Victorian literature or the writings of Virgil or St. Augustine or Plotinus. How do you protect yourself and those who protect you, I ask, conceding both his moral imperative and his fiercely armed opposition? He looked somberly at me. Would a brief tutorial be helpful? A day day in the life of a hypothetical chemist or distributor of some future drug? I assured him it would, stirring the fire gently to not distract him. Let's assume a compound that induces profound religiosity. Its adherents are persecuted as no longer by Caesar, but by governments preferring sole control over advances in neurochemistry. The same security rules would apply to clandestine chemists confronting another inevitability. The first substances significantly enhancing cognition, memory, and learning. Imagine the social outcomes, not only of these, but of erotomagenics that heighten libido. Crimson, clearly safe at our obscure campfire up this secluded coastline, began expounding with vignettes on furtive arts seldom practiced in our civilized interdependency. I remained quiet throughout the night as he described, in staccato bursts or long reveries, how not to attract attention while constructing a type of psychological nuclear bomb. Affecting millions, was carried easily in one's pocket in the form of a drug potent in micrograms. Although too specialized to be included in a rigorous research monograph at Harvard, his portrayals were tantalizing and interruptions unthinkable. The iron of night became fleetingly veined with trails of light, manifold spectra recalling the dialectical dreams of the first imagery. The fire behind Crimson was radiant into a halo around him. Together here we are considering the mystical intersection of mind and brain, he said, in service of humanity. Even while some regard distribution as foolhardy in criminals, others honor it. He alluded to the Kabbalah's description of the 13 keepers of the mysteries, men and women spread across the earth in trivial occupations, cobblers, camel herders, beggars, but upon whom the world unknowingly may depend. He deliberated thus ex cathedra for some time, his words punctuated by the sharp crying of a gull, the pounding of the winter storm surf on the beachhead. Upon the fire we placed a redwood washed down from the cloud-bound Humboldt coast. As it steamed and snapped in the blazes, he looked intently at me. He stopped theorizing. It's better that we all teach you in small ways. There are 6 chemists. Of 4 others I shall speak, Crimson confided. We may be thought of as occupying the surface of a modern Eucharist, a crystal, while within the jewel we all prepare the sacrament individually in remote sites. But each thereafter, in returning to the world, is responsible for different facets. We then focus separately on practical aspects that ensure continued viability of the system. What are these practical aspects beyond the synthesis? I develop fundamental security, the habits to make arrest or seizure improbable. The others, whom we'll designate by the cryptonyms indigo, vermilion, magenta, and cobalt, have different roles. We constantly share what we learn. Tell me of the others. Indigo contemplates ritual preparation of the Eucharist, the sanctity and precision of labs, and their surreptitious transfer from site to site. Vermilion monitors distribution. He conducts downstream counterintelligence with gifted woman operatives who employ forms of tantric unions, esoteric erotic practices. At this he hesitated, processing some emotional memory. He went on. Magenta is concerned with research, the future, anticipating neuroscience, the next touchstone of evolution. Cobalt considers high-level threats, infiltrates governments, and watches intelligence and enforcement agencies. Spy versus spy. Together, we survive. And the sixth man or woman, that discovery we must leave to you and your readers. I stacked rough pine driftwood until our ceremonial flames grew hotter and more luxuriant against the translucent purple night. With a gunshot crackling of resins, live sparks swirled upwards like fireflies, the sea air cool and delicious. The sky freshened, the smashing breakers and hissing foam, finally all that could be heard. Barely visible waves, now exposed by the dissolution of mist, reflected in broad paths of light to the far edge of the waters, the fullness of the October moon, suspended in high horizontal dark clouds that curled and pointed as if in a Tibetan painting. Its lunar whiteness was of sublime and eternal beauty. Before me, a second shift in perception occurred, for the veil was removed this night. The orb seemed to possess a powerful, mute aesthetic, one increasingly disturbing in its perfection. It became an apocalyptic profundity, rendering a sudden comprehension of the divine in the irrefutable art of God. I had to turn away so that I could function and not, before its unutterable presence, wildly dance and shout or kneel. As he observed my staggering glimpse, his voice arose in a grounding way in sepulchral tones, as in a vast auditorium. You wish to learn the mechanics of it all, you say? Whatever is comfortable for you, I returned, with the greatest effort. He said nothing, avoiding only with difficulty the ineffable transcendence so starkly plain before us. I managed only a few words. Your special arts might live forever. He hesitated at my awkward overture, then viewed internally some realm of future and past. Regaining my footing somewhat, I cautiously tried again of appealing to his historical perspective. Read one day by someone in need, a revolutionary in time of oppression, a soul in your path. Why not pass the knowledge on? Would that not be the apex, he said, of narcissistic illusion? But so it is with all true callings, from neurology to theology to, dare I say it, the prosecutor's imperative. He became pensive, then solemn. The firelight began flickering like sheet lightning, plunging us into anonymity. A small premonitory unease manifested, a tingle of disaster that labored and fled like slow wing beats through the spokes of darkness. A stream of ants escaping the smoking castaway pine branches fell one by one into the fire. Crimson, down from his reveries, considered the subject. The occult life in modern times, he said, in America and Europe, Russia and Southeast Asia, the domains of my experience, excluding South America and its obscene cocaine trade, is an exercise in cultivating two or more parallel worlds and moving easily among them. A pale, rinsed dawn was breaking. We were sticky with dampness and salt. My wavering, skeptical mind had foundered against his most exalted dedication. One felt a foreboding of terrible perils, for the sage spirit was encircled by genuine enemies. I pressed him with care. What are the rules of conduct? One could write a treatise on them. They must be observed as religiously as the 300 vows of Vipassana monks in the Thai forest. At the slightest misjudgment, one is swept away from the purity of graceful practice into the cesspool of captivity. Let's call them Washington rules, as in D.C., followed so one's demise is met with dignity, rather than walking abused in forlorn circles around a prison track. The undertow drew its hissing breath at the terrible cruelty of his fate. Above a froth-chained sea, the gulls screamed and herons rasped. The useless horror of penal servitude forever shadowed the six, immured behind some wall. One could be driven half-mad by the squalor of confinement. Beyond our fire, piles of rotted, lichen-encrusted redwood logs were trapped in moon-bright sand. I thought of the last caribou crawling in heavy snows, their shaky, frightened calves, the frolicking wolves. Washington rules, then, I agreed, quite eager to learn. It was nearing first light. He abruptly turned to go. Confused and apprehensive at perhaps overstepping my charter with invasive questions, I mumbled some apologies, then absurdly asked for his phone number. As the night had taught, he had thought far ahead of me. Experience is more indelible than rhetoric, friend. Visit San Francisco Saturday, anywhere downtown. At sunrise, I'll find you. Quickened, I rushed to reply lightheartedly, recalling his penchant for many costumes. How should I dress? Bring your gym clothes, he said simply. A little smile. He then slowly raised his hand and walked away, his fire-lit body receding like a phantom in the pale obscurity by the singing sea. With the weariness of this immensely long vigil, I trembled quietly at his sudden disappearance. I remained crouched on the beach for hours as the fire withdrew to embers, then to ash. The moon, not unusual, fading now into the ocean. The incoming tide, like the slow pulse of the earth, erased in great rhythmic sweeps his footprints, till at last there was no trace whatsoever to be found.
We're going to break now and hear some commentary from Nishay Devaneux. After she's done, we'll play the rest of Leonard's recording, and there will be more discussion after the chapter concludes.
in the introduction, or before the introduction, there's a report to the Human Subjects Committee at Harvard University. Of course, Leonard went to Harvard and studied the topics described in this book. And so there's this sort of realistic frame narrative accompanying the story, where this is a document, an ethnography, describing Leonard's introduction to a group of chemists, described as being involved with a drug trafficking organization of some kind. And right off the bat, we have this distinction between two very different, even opposing tendencies. On the one hand, you have A, in the instance of non-lethal drugs, both novel and synthetic, LSD, ayahuasca, etc., to explore the lifestyles, personalities, characters, and motives of manufacturers, so specifically studying those who pursue non-addictive and even anti-addictive drugs, in opposition to B, in the instance of lethal addictive drugs, heroin, fentanyl, cocaine, methamphetamine, to observe the drug's progress from the farm gate or clandestine laboratory to the street user, and the toxic outcomes from uncontrolled use. Because this is very much a story about a war almost between conflicting motivations. There's a group of chemists, of which the character Leonard becomes involved, who are actively seeking to liberate humankind from these opposing forces of control and constriction and habit and imprisonment, ultimately. So it's an allegory of this fight for freedom in the face of this fight to imprison the population and through the population's consciousness. So that comes up very early on in this letter to Harvard about the ethnography, and I just wanted to point that out. But into the first chapter, immediately we're faced with this sort of high literary use of English, and we're kind of thrust into this mysterious event where we have this woman speaking to Leonard, and she says, "They are coming for you," without initially explaining who that they are. And then it continues a little bit farther down that page, "They're coming for you," she said again, more intently, "now." So there's a sense of kind of urgency and mystery, and slowly it becomes apparent that Leonard is becoming acquainted with this mysterious group of 6 chemists, only 5 of whom are introduced explicitly in the story. And even though the language is off the bat metaphorical, when this woman elaborates and Leonard asks how he's going to recognize the chemist, she responds, "They are like stumbling through a mirror, traveling across the sky." Following along, we find out that although it has this sort of fictional, fantastic mode of representation with that kind of description and the language used there, it's also grounded in the ordinary world. So on page 17 it continues, "I was visiting from Cambridge in graduate studies at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, a simultaneous appointment at Harvard Medical School as a drug policy fellow and research associate in neurobiology supported an interest in novel drugs and organizations." So there's a very concrete reason for Leonard to be interested in this organization and studying them from a kind of instrumental project, dissertation, mode of investigation, and yet there's something more to that story beyond just an intellectual interest. He mentions there's seeming coincidences kind of leading him to this group of people and things lining up in strange ways, so the conscious mind's ideas for what's going on isn't necessarily the whole story here. And I'd like to also reference Lana Cook is a literary scholar who's written about a psychedelic aesthetic in literature, and I find her distinction between realism and fantasy really helpful. And she describes writers in the tradition of the psychedelic aesthetic who establish realistic or real-world details to construct a familiar ground for readers, while simultaneously disrupting readers' normative sense of reality through more fantasy or fantastical elements. So the realism, in her words, acts as the narrative bait and hook, while the fantasy scoops the readers out of the water. And in this context, the figurative language, and particularly novel metaphors, serve an important function, in that they render unfamiliar concepts accessible to readers and also unbind readers from their habitual ordinary perspectives on reality. So there are moments in this book where the reality is very accessible and normal, and Leonard is at Harvard going about from classes to classes and thinking about the upcoming exam. And that's very important and strategic because there's that baseline of familiarity. And then when things get strange, and they get really strange at certain parts, very normal, Leonard describes in terms of strange phenomena that begin to occur, the implication is that this is not some fantasy about Mars or some other planet or dimension. This is our world, but just a non-ordinary experience of the world that Leonard is drawn into by proximity to the substances and these chemists in particular. Because later on, especially, just being around some of these chemists has altering effects on Leonard's consciousness. And so the language changes to reinforce that diversion or difference from ordinary reality. So in terms of the chemist, because in this first chapter, Leonard meets Crimson, who is the first of the chemists who he's exposed to. And Crimson materializes, and it's just the two of them, and they start having this conversation. But rather than even though he kind of appears out of nowhere, Leonard mentions feeling an odd sense of greater safety or familiarity, even though he's never met this person before. And the line between Leonard and these other chemists is not completely clear, in the sense that a lot of descriptions of the chemists here and later in the book have very explicit parallels to aspects of Leonard's own personality. So you can read this in multiple ways. You can read it as these are separate people, or these are reflections of different facets of personality. For example, on page 18, describing Crimson's language, this also describes Leonard's language, and especially in correspondence, even outside of the context of this book. So the line is on page 18, his language mingled with scholarly asides. And a little later down, in his late 50s, his voice was at times retreating and academic, reflecting years of isolation in deserts and mountains, surrounded by literature and ranges of light. And so, of course, we know that Leonard's been in prison for decades now, and his communication style is definitely inflected by the many works of literature that he's been accompanied by in his prison cell. So it's a description of Crimson, but it's also a description of Leonard and of this book as you read along. And there's another example on page 24. So this is describing Crimson again. Quote, although he possessed several distinct voices, his language at this time was antiquated, Dickensian. It seemed stilted to the modern ear, as though he had spent years alone, removed in hidden settings, comforted only by Victorian literature, or the writings of Virgil, St. Augustine, or Plotinus. So reading this, it's equally a description of the book. It's that kind of Victorian almost language that seems stilted or anachronistic to the ear. But again, there's this distancing effect caused by that, in the sense that it's the real world but represented as if from another age, and then using that as a baseline for the normal representation of the world that then becomes increasingly estranged during these non-ordinary interludes, that you could say. And his first non-ordinary interlude actually occurs in this chapter during the conversation with Crimson, where he's given some mango juice to drink out of a flask. This is on page 18 of my copy. So it says, he offered a sip of mango juice from an antique silver flagon, as if it were holy water. Within minutes, the sea floor itself, perhaps the entire continent, seemed to move ever so slightly, like some microscopic, profound, and irrevocable tectonic shift. And then Crimson begins to speak in really compelling almost prophetic or mystical terms, in words that are pretty abstract, but also compelling. And so listening to these words, Leonard is also here serving as almost a stand-in for the reader, in the sense that he's like, wow, this guy's seems like he's kind of onto something, but also uncertain, not used to hearing people speak in this way. For example, so later on page 18, Leonard says to the reader, at first thinking him messianic, pontificating, perhaps a proponent of some arcane religious heresy or ghastly folly, I felt mixed elation and alarm. There was a moral unease at his description of what only could be mere simulacra. But the changes were beginning. So Leonard here is suggesting that part of him is compelled or impressed with what he's hearing. Part of him is unsure of where this person's coming from, and yet despite the uncertainty, there's actual changes that start happening. So regardless of the intellectual assessment, the ideas are doing something to Leonard and altering his consciousness as he's listening. And it reaches a crescendo in this sort of fractal explosion outside of normal space-time. The next page, he says, I sat speechless in a hypnagogic state while he seemed to transform in the shifting firelight and white noise and the reflections of 10,000 fingers of fractal silver waves into a spectrum of beings. And this is a combination of beings from ancient history, healing figures in history, and reaching into the future. It says, he became robot flesh from synthetic DNA and future avatars penetrating the present for just this one encounter, etc. And then all of that fractal connection through time folds back down, and it's just two people sitting and talking by a fire as if nothing at all had occurred. And this is a microcosm of what the entire book does, because there are these moments of, like I was saying, normal going about school, and then suddenly there are these asides where Leonard follows these figures into other realms of consciousness, other modes of perception beyond normal space and time perception, and encounters these chemists as figures who have not only developed a facility with these many modes of being and modes of consciousness, but also are engaged in this both mundane and cosmic war of being on the run and fighting for what they believe is right, which is freedom and the protection of the weak and the young.
The dank, moist green San Francisco wharves were like a shattered fragment of an abandoned temple. The cold dawn exhaled rising damps and flotsam under the optic of the sky. As the edge of day filtered from the Berkeley horizon, the bay bloomed with iridescence. Mirages flickered across the water. My position had been chosen randomly. I looked for any movement. It seemed an unlikely place to be pinpointed, even by a crack surveillance team. The massive 19th century clock on the ferry building ticked to 4:30 a.m. Glowing in the twilight, its circumference breathed with the last effects of Crimson's fireside revelations. Even in the devout stillness of the morning, the leaves of tall imported palms still fluttered almost imperceptibly in the breeze of mind. It seemed I stood at the crossroads of past and future, seeing in all directions. For nearby the monks and nuns at Hoshin-ji Monastery moved with hands folded in prayer to the zendo for morning meditation, as the great temple bell sounded sonorously, while in Cambridge students hurried to the memorial church bells, tracking a new frost in Harvard Yard, and giddily discussing Heidegger In Moscow, a mathematician's daughter kissed her father farewell as he grappled with the Poincaré conjecture. And in Mazar-e-Sharif, heroin cooks in dirty loincloths squatted before kerosene-soaked pits filled with morphine paste and conjured devils that fled to the west. It was a cloudless morning, the bay with small skirmishing wavelets, the seafront windless. I leaned against heavy pylons in the cold salt air, infused with these memories and premonitions of worlds to come, all finally resolved to a single scholar in no place in particular, awaiting those with no name, and who would dare release to entire populations their antidote for addiction, even at the cost of their own lives. As I nursed hot tea from a thermos, Crimson in his unnerving manner came from nowhere, bid good morning in soft Russian and German, and smoothly collected me. We walked together as the city ceased its fitful dreaming, until we breakfasted in a run-down coffee shop that catered to drunks and the homeless. Old men wearing dirty knitted gloves with no fingers rattled on nonsensically, while a slatternly tired waitress poured coffee beneath a handwritten sign. No refills. She kindly allowed the destitute the sinecure of a warm corner. Greasy menus were tuck-taped to wooden tables. Resigned eyes looked vacantly through smeared windows at forbidden skyscrapers. Crimson sat across from me, wearing sweat-stained coveralls from the Salvation Army free box, and had a 2-day-old stubble. Eager to hear of covert methodology, even over chipped bowls of instant gruel, I asked about Washington rules. Crimson deftly held the conversation to his prospects of finding food stamps, menial labor, or public assistance. He left a $20 tip under the plate for a $2 meal, because of the waitress's soft eyes for the lost. We speak in public, he said, only that appropriate to the listeners, even complete fictions. Loitering near a bus stop, he was indistinguishable from an indigent person. After some minutes, I realized he had no car and awaited no one. We boarded the Folsom bus, standing at rush hour, riding wordlessly into humanity's ocean of personal agendas. Tourists both determined and directionless, workers asleep or awakened, those worried or frivolous, the pursuers and the pursued. A tall, slender girl in ripped danskins and denim jacket, carrying a book bag with a pale logo of the university at Maastricht, stood gripping the top of the seat. She appeared a severely dressed-down model with no makeup, an ivory face, spectacles with fine gold rims, and her bright blonde hair in Eastern European braids. Above her endless black leggings flashed a slice of black watch tartan microskirt. She edged slowly through the compressed crowd like a gymnast, leaving in her wake a little frisson of heat and disquiet. Eyes down and excusing herself in almost unheard Dutch, but with an evident Glaswegian overtone. She stepped out with head held high in a practiced pirouette of her narrow hips over the gutter, as if in another age she were delicately disembarking a phaeton assisted by a liveried footman. Looking neither to the left nor right, she disappeared as an anomaly in America, past sullen Negro boys and confused street hustlers, rendered mute at her passage. Crimson, with a rural Alabama accent, engaged a toothless, grizzled veteran about the highlands of Vietnam. His long red dirt vowels gravely recalling the killing at Quan Tri, the A Shao Valley, Khe Sanh, and Dien Bien Phu. We finally descended into the dissolute drug and sex bazaars of the Tenderloin. The street lay ravaged in the abhorrent morning from the tawdry night of the craven and the crazed, the small-time rip-off artist and purveyors of abused flesh. We arrived at some flop house and part a shooting gallery for addicts, but also catering to the dispossessed who had begged enough handouts to afford a room with thick brass locks and chains, and no questions. The halls had the penetrating smell of urine. Crimson's small space had a sprung bed, torn lace curtains revealing desiccated shades, a banging iron radiator thickly painted and peeling, and a small writing desk embossed by cigarette burns and crescents of stains from cheap wine. From the window down 2 floors, one saw a small enclosure from adjacent buildings that was filled with prophylactic raptors and shattered bottles and broken glass pipes and scorched tinfoil. The hollow echoes of lust and addiction, death and poverty, all faded now, washed clean for a moment in the purifying daylight. The curtains moved lightly in the morning air. "Welcome," he said, "to an example of one type of temporary safe house, easily acquired and discarded. Another may be an architectural study on a promontory above the sea, or shepherd's cottage in an alpine valley. This kind doubles as a reminder of human frailty and of the demons we oppose through our practice, so that we don't ever forget." I said nothing, stunned not only by the fluidity of his movement among divergent worlds, by his changing appearances, dialects, mannerisms, and identities, but also by his comprehension of the darkness. He dismantled a portion of a closet ceiling and removed a folded set of clothes and a briefcase, then rifled through the contents to produce a Belgian passport and an electric razor from a duty-free shop in Hamburg. Shaving and donning a cutting-edge black suit and seizing a gym bag, he showed me along the street for blocks, arriving at the desk of an executive gym on the 10th floor of a Luke's high-rise hotel. We were passed into the lockers by the thin receptionist. She was Celtic and post-punk, swept-back black hair and mauve singlet over her small high breast. Her lipstick was a fashionable Laurent Rouge pour couture. She had eyes of lustrous heights, as if they had seen everything, as if they had been taken by the sky. We proceeded into a lengthy, serious workout, I with a prison calisthenic routine made for cramped cages, Crimson into heavy aerobic strides on a precipitously inclined treadmill, and both ending with floor sets, slow yoga, and a steam. Barely visible in the clouds, Crimson outlined the Washington rules. You are in the setting of my choice, not yours, so there's minimal fear of surveillance. No devices, no recorder taped to scan or agents behind these walls. Your young revolutionary today must adapt to each decade's technology. The basic rules are old old spycraft applied to modern threats evolved from the code of the Peloponnesians, the writings of Machiavelli, from the Staatspolizei, the Cheka, from the NKVD, MI6. Tell me. A mnemonic is ABC, or automation, behavior, containment. To briefly summarize, first we consider automation. Cameras are everywhere. Cars and digital devices are locatable. All electronic footprints are retrievable. Second is behavior. Be forgettable. Act normally. Move between identities easily. Change lifestyles only operationally. The last is containment. Almost everyone talks. Pillows are not for secrets. Only ignorance is invincible to inquisitors. And of personal habits, work closely only with those known for more than 10 years. Exercise daily. No drug use other than the rare sacrament, for all is too serious for indulgence. We avoid even caffeine rather than whipping our senses daily. Embrace deep yoga. Meditate with every movement, every step, like breathing. And of your security routines. Each morning religiously ask, what if they came now? And carefully examine all notes, computer files, discard numbers, receipts, anything that leads to sensitive individuals or locations or those that know them. Once each week, do Security Day. Sever or create a relationship. Drop negative habits, switch locations, review the rules. Constantly assume the opposition on the periphery. Study investigative probes at the edges of things. People arrested, surveillance, odd statements by desk clerks. Anything suggestive of hostile forces so our loving matrix doesn't unravel into the unforgiving world where people die in small steel enclosures. We sat in silence, then showered, toweled, and dressed. We passed the girl at the desk, who only nodded. She was strikingly lean in her tight leather pants and heels, dreaming of her nights dancing among blasted Goth tribes in the artist Soma district. In the noon crowds, crimson revealed her background. We watch her as we do selected persons, for we might approach her one day asking for some small and harmless but critical service. Crimson described the girl as first appearing one sunrise on the empty streets, careening about joyously with her boyfriend, obviously survivors of a psychedelic night. Confronting me suddenly before walking away, she said, "We're not high on drugs or anything." The girl dismissed Crimson as some conservative businessman, ignorant of her revelations, disapproving of her gleaming morning. A pavement artist, one skilled in tracking by foot, located her crash pad and found her a safer job, anonymously. She doesn't remember our encounter and will never be reminded. How many people do you provide for or develop? There are hundreds, perhaps thousands, monitored indirectly by the six. Within a hierarchical cartel of devotional equality, each may be called upon for some small event event, but unknowing of the reasons. Although shared consciousness is an ancient tribe and spirit, the small operational side beyond the six is structured in cells, no one aware of the others. They are all ages, all walks of life, except for Vermilion's bonbonniere of erotic models, which are forever young. You mentioned the tantric practices of Vermilion and his counter-surveillance. Would he include this girl? Perhaps, if she possessed a certain irresistible animal magnetism and the refined intelligence of a chess master. But our sexuality is varied. Two are practitioners of high monogamy throughout their lives, faithful to only one person, as am I. Another is non-sexual, anhedonic, Apollonian. One conducts serial monogamy. Vermilion is both tantric and Dionysian. But how would each employ her? If she were a skilled hacker, Cobalt might request that she breach security for a database. If she could trail a code in spycraft terms, she may be asked to walk naked by the fire as a burning man and engage someone we wish to study. If she were a graduate student in pharmacology or policy, indigo or magenta could involve her through multiple cutouts. For now, she sees all staff and guests at this hotel, quite close to City Hall and the Federal Building. I didn't pursue the subject. Crimson led the way as we walked along the boutique district, its restaurants and bars filled with young professionals, confident they had it made. He pointed out the clusters of cocaine users, those monologuing hyperkinetically between bouts of craving and begging more lines. I think of the Berlin epidemic of 1930, he said, where men and women sold garments from their backs for just moments of unbridled lust. Now as then, they make a Faustian bargain of exorbitant payment for what is, as the final joke, free for everyone, and heavily available among those conducting the erotic rites. Vermilion will speak of such worship. Do psychedelics displace addictive drug use? From the earliest days, our hopes included prevention of the great infections. By these means, we try to inoculate against the poisons of cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, alcohol, providing users and addicts with insight into their psychic vampires, if you will, that drain their life force. Sadly, they substitute a ridiculous powder for all rewards. They forget the power of normal orgasms, indeed, all human pleasures, the laughter of children, racing clouds at the edges of storms, the ennobling dignity of kind acts, the triumphant bliss of a natural mind. We took a cab to Golden Gate Park for the afternoon, watching young families and cyclists about the meadows, beyond the half-moon bridge, by a formal Zen garden and a pond of white carp. We sipped herbal teas at the Japanese tea house. How is money regarded? I inquired. A salient economic detail in any study involving Harvard, one that would exclude the divinities of our fireside, the unwritable subtleties of mind. Money is a byproduct of the synthesis. It cannot be avoided, and to it we are neither attracted nor repelled. It is merely paper, a convenience for food, shelter, movement, the intricacies of identities and security operati. Drug traffickers singularly focus on profit, growing mad with greed. But psychedelic synthesis, with its chronic exposure to the substance, quickly eliminates those who hope to sate such hunger. One stands beside a furnace of consciousness, as it were an ark of the covenant, where silver and gold are vaporized instantly, and there is neither surplus nor lack. I thought of the Rhine maidens, where stolen river gold was made into the ring. Desire to possess it led to Götterdämmerung, the end of the world. A gold louis betrayed Louis XVI, fleeing near Varennes, Crimson remarked, ever the sensitive, always reading me. To these pronouncements I hardly could reply. Crimson continued in his ruminations, finally speaking in an aside. Others of the six may comment on the paper. A prophet is a misconception of the inexperienced, but to us a distraction from duty. We prefer not to trade our soul for the whole world, but rather admire the words of Epictetus and his contempt for gold. We live briefly in mansions and hovels, which have the same flies. It is only love itself that is sought, which cannot be bought or sold. In its presence, a tin-roofed shack becomes a palace. In its absence, the glory of kings is but a beggar's tatters. We walked along the trails in the park to the ocean. Dusk loomed and swallowed the sunset, the city curving away from the frail golden light on the Pacific. The sea was brilliant, curling and flexing, then moody, awaiting in wonder the first constellations. In the early evening we hailed a taxi and arrived in the Mission near 16th Street, where we chanced upon a cluster of illegal immigrants on a street corner. Crimson approached with fluent and familiar salutations in Spanish, quickly retrieving several vials of crack and giving them a thick packet of phone cards. We removed together down an alley, where he smashed the vials underfoot. The cards will be used to call narcotics vendors from Mexico to Colombia, confusing any software aggregating names and numbers and generating schools of red herrings for hostile analysts. His was a basic sanity, full of practical wisdom. He had a perfect aplomb, his every confidence delivered with the prudence of a seminarian. But when he crushed the vials, I thought he muttered violent epithets. They seemed to be Latin phrases, as in some rite. I recognized only the name of Lucifer. We straggled during our long walk to the warehouse district, finally arriving at the cheapest of Laotian restaurants, haphazard with Montagnard weavings. We were restored with a simple meal of vegetables and rice. Crimson exchanged a wa, a bow to the owner, and made his small daughter giggle incessantly with comments in Hmong. I noticed she had a blue ribbon in her hair, and that Crimson placed his chopsticks reverently, as if it were some subtle practice. The evening fell upon us like the neon cool of subterranean blues. We entered the pounding, fulsome venues, their entries plastered with club posters under black light, where mobs of mohawk-pierced youth and funereally black goths danced in broken loined rhythms. Some walls of electronic dance music were visceral with techno, drum and bass, trance, jungle, emo, and math rock. Couples lay devastated across lush pink cushions, chilling in tranquil ambient lounges, while below masked dancers linked arms like the telepathic future celebrants in Clark's childhood's end, who moved in serpentine swarms of religious ecstasies across the planet. We mingled with separate groups and danced until exhaustion, clothes clinging and the last shreds of inhibition blown away. Powerful electromagnetic pulses from massive dynamos electrifying the city were transmuted by musicians' fingertips and holy concentration into the primal rhythms of epochs before speech and fire. In the ambient rooms, crimson slowly moved among these subdued and transformed, a ministering spirit conferring blessings, speaking softly in his gentle way, like a physician among the newly born. Those who could speak returned earnest words of innate trust, their faces open to him, their eyes like pools of night reflecting fields of stars. At 4:30 a.m., as if synchronous with the previous dawn, we departed the clubs and walked for blocks, finally sitting on an isolated sidewalk, with Crimson resting peacefully against the cement wall of an undistinguished building. I knelt beside him, drained and mute after the comedy humane of intersecting tribes and electric youth, their revelry like the frantic joy of immortals. On the edge of vision, the Folsom bus groaned and slid diagonally down an anonymous alley, the fluorescent glare exposing elderly Mexican and Filipino women in shawls, punks swinging crazily from chrome poles, and unconscious drunks crashed across plastic seats. Like security at the price of loneliness, a foghorn sounded its wet lips. A faint Pacific breeze began to move eastward across our hot faces. Crimson awakened me from a reverie, tapping the wall behind him thrice, slowly and sharply, and then spoke. One last warning, a counterpoint to our night's vulnerable ecstasies. This 6-story building with no marking is 611 Folsom. On the 5th floor is the Northern Telecom switch for much of the internet and phone traffic from the Western Hemisphere. Zettabytes of information from undersea cables converge here, all monitored by an optical splitter reflecting content to NSA. There are many such sensitive, compartmentalized facilities. He had seen an adversary, that of liberty constrained. Crimson was a study in religious devotion. His words were hushed as before a great battle, imagining a world in fetters. Chromatic scale, like membranes of light, lit up the edge of sky. All information, every keystroke, movement, conversation, is analyzed for terroristic intent. This scrutiny will evolve to ever-lessening crimes, minor infractions, pre-crime analysis. Ultimately, behavioral and thought control technologies will influence every individual. Magenta and cobalt will address these issues and the end of revolution. We feel one must act quickly. At this cold prescience he stood, taking my hand warmly in both of his. He wished me at great length safety and peace. Until another space and time, he concluded happily. And where do you go now? I ventured with bravado, holding for precious seconds. I must make breakfast for my children, he said, and see them off to school. I thought then it was some cryptic parting. As a magician behind the silk robe of the lessening night, he was gone. Folsom Street was empty, but for grinding sanitation trucks. Weary, I slid down the wall, legs askew, as light crept down the tips of old warehouses under a dusty flash of blue sky. My flight to Cambridge and the rigors of Harvard was due in only 2 hours. Half awake, I recalled how I had begun this study of 6 chemists and their international trafficking organization, and how I had arrived at Harvard. I nodded for a while, dreaming of other walls, some of metal smeared with blood, some fragrant with jasmine and roses, caressed by soft bells. Thank you for listening. This is Leonard.
If we think of different literary modes, we could say we have the following. And this is, of course, in no way a complete list, but it just wants to set the scene a little bit for this particular novel. The realistic, in the mode of Tolstoy, where the reality depicted appears to have substance and has an ethical underpinning which guides the fates of the characters, like an immanent textual intelligence, you could say. We have, on the other hand, pure fantasy, in the mode of Tolkien, where the reality depicted is a parallel universe, which is recognizable in some aspects as familiar, but which operates according to its own, often non-realistic laws. And then you have the disturbing modes of Kafka and Borges, where the familiar appears to be infused with the uncanny, which gives the familiar a sense of the dreamlike, and often, of course, of the nightmarish dreamlike. And then you have the mythological epic à la Homer, which draws a detailed portrait of a collective, in this case, the Hellenic collective. And then also you have the hybrid modes of somebody like Philip K. Dick, who, through so-called science fiction, can amplify the scope of possible narratives infinitely without losing touch with the human condition. On the contrary, through this mode he can deal with fundamental metaphysical questions concerning man's position in the universe, the role of individual and collective consciousness, and so on. Leonard Pickard sets out his stall by calling his book a literary experiment. The title of the book gives a clear indication what kind of experiment we're looking at. It is an experiment in the Borges tradition, meaning the boundaries of what is real and what is not, what is, in the words of Philip K. Dick, idios cosmos, one's own individual world, and koine cosmos, that which belongs to the collective, the community, will be tested out. And one can expect the boundaries to be fluid rather than rigid and clearly delineated. In the words of the author, Leonard Pickard, he intends to use a classical form, a mannered language applied to a theoretical drug trafficking operation. And he makes it equally clear that it's the government's fiction hypothesizing a psychedelic conspiracy. The author therefore puts in aesthetic distancing devices which we have to take seriously. The novel, despite the author's claim, is only partly a roman à clef, and it is up to the reader to give this weight or not. Like any great novel, this can be read, The Rose can be read on many levels. Some may like to read it as a kind of purely psychedelics-inspired fiction. Some like to read it for a biographical angle, meaning to see it as a self-justification of the author regarding his own alleged involvement in LSD production and the penal consequences following from that. The latter reading certainly would do this book no justice, in the same way that the reading of the Brothers Karamazov by Dostoevsky as purely a portrait of a dysfunctional family come crime story would fall short of any meaningful interpretation. The first chapter of The Rose is a very strong starting point for the book. It sets the atmosphere, the scene, and the tone of the book. It launches it, you could say, straight into the stratosphere. Reading it feels at times like a tightrope act, because the language used is so finely calibrated and highly strung that any slip would feel like falling off that rope. This is the first important aesthetic device we have to take note of: the artificiality of the language used in this book. It is a literary language informed by vast amounts of reading the author has undertaken and is undertaking. He uses deliberately and at times old-fashioned literary language which originated from a very different societal and ethical conditions than the modern undercover drug world he is partly depicting. By doing this, the author is willing to be judged by these standards. Does the choice of this style work or not? The first chapter is a good example that it does work, that the author has made a wise decision to use a language which is a beautiful artifact, basically. The author creates an atmosphere of secrecy and conspiracy, a conspiracy which can either be judged as good for mankind or as a criminal conspiracy which undermines the structure of our society. Of course, both views are held simultaneously regarding the substance under discussion in this book, named as the sacrament and clearly identifiable as LSD. Like any great author, also this one has an uncanny knack to anticipate future developments, and one can say with some confidence that the scales are slowly tipping in favor of a benign view of the substance under discussion, that its potential for mental health and overall human evolutionary development is more and more recognized in research circles to do with neurology, consciousness studies, and philosophy, where this substance has given metaphysics in the Platonic sense a new, fresh, brisk wind. The author starts the chapter with great confidence when it comes to his conviction of the benign nature of the work of the six chemists, since he says, and this is a quote, "They moved about the shadowy earth with salutary motives as the most devoted of societies, an invisible cartel of theologians and mystagogues." This is the end of the quote. How can one not be taken in, charmed by sentences of this nature? How can one not feel hope and optimism in the face of these sentences regarding the future of mankind? And who does not want to belong to a circle of people who are in the know, who can lift the veil of illusory reality, who can pierce the fabric of mundane reality and get glimpses and experiences of the transcendental? And this is what the author brings to the table. and it is better done well. Otherwise, the so-called transcendental ends up to be kitsch, second-hand ware, borrowed from the annals of obscure, hackneyed mysticism and profound-sounding philosophy. The author, in my opinion, does very well, and he manages to vivify the transcendental through the prism of authentic experiences. Huxley's perennial philosophy is very much alive and kicking in this book. Right from the beginning, there's an intimation and even declaration of a parallel world better, more meaningful, more significant in evolutionary terms than the world framed by our everyday consciousness. Quote, "A room full of moonlight to one's own imprisoned blood," end of quote, as the author so beautifully writes. Again, the author manages to lay a passageway from the sublime, the transcendental, the spiritual into the everyday world, or, to put it another way, extraordinary states of consciousness inform and impact on the everyday consciousness, and by doing this fulfills the promise of the counterculture of the 60s, namely to expand our consciousness. And here, another advantage of the chosen mode and style of writing comes to bear. This book, despite its indebtedness to the named counterculture, is not stuck in the past. This is not a hippie treatise, and nothing wrong with that, but a kind of reinvention and reinvigoration of some of these dearly held beliefs. The book, by using a highly strung literary style, has a thorough, modern, and visionary feel to it.
And so we hear some introductory notes about the different chemists and how they go about their operations, because they're being hunted, knowing that their work would be penalized by life in prison, and that the threat of prison and being written from prison really permeates the book as well. There are these little asides about the horrors of being locked away, the inhumanity of it, and there are also these moments of, I guess you could say, foreshadowing, or the sense of this darkness to come, which, unfolds as the story unfolds. But since there is this foreshadowing, there's this element of time, linear time, unfolding or deconstructing at certain points. Leonard says, for a moment, that he feels because he's separated from Crimson briefly, and then their discussion, his introduction is continued. But there's this moment on page 28 where he says, "It seemed I stood at the crossroads of past and future, seeing in all directions." And then there's a list of scenery, and as you read the book, all of these scenes come up in the story. And so he actually is looking through time, not just figuratively, but in the specifics. It's in fact true that he's looking at different parts of the story. So it's a moment, there are several moments in the story where synchronicities and time seems to move in nonlinear ways, you could say, and the perceiving intellectual part of the self isn't the only agent, it appears, who's making decisions and leading to certain outcomes. So all of those themes are introduced early on here. And Crimson also mentions the different roles that the different chemists play, different parts of a team effort to keep their illegal activities going in spite of this governmental force against them. And they talk about how they deal with this sort of double life of being committed to an effort that is seen as criminal, but that they see as pure and needing to be fully recommitted to over and over again. So just that it introduces you, this first chapter, to the mindset of these figures, and also Leonard's naivete in terms of he's just being let in on this information, and so the reader is sort of a parallel in the sense that we're just being let in on this information. And he's also led through very downtrodden communities in San Francisco, people who are cocaine users, etc. And we follow Crimson and see how there isn't just this intellectual idea about their mission, but how he's actually living it out in his ordinary day-to-day interactions with people. So he, on page 33, for example, he intervenes into these cocaine users, and he describes specifically, this is a quote, "From the earliest days, our hopes included prevention of the great infections. By these means, we try to inoculate against the poisons of cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, and alcohol, providing users and addicts with insight into their psychic vampires." And throughout the story, this group of chemists, it's very clear that they're not creating drugs for the sake of drugs. And they specifically mention that they don't do any drugs beyond the rare sacrament, as he says on page 31. They exercise daily, and Crimson continues, "No drug use other than the rare sacrament, for all is too serious for indulgence. We avoid even caffeine rather than whipping our senses daily. Embrace deep yoga, meditate with every moment, every step, like breathing." So it's this real clear commitment to living out this faith in trying to put a finger on the scale against these forces that are trying to accumulate data to map and control behavior. And we're seeing that now. A lot of the story also is very prescient in terms of things like the fentanyl crisis. Leonard foresaw the problems that we would, as a society, be having with that now, far before that was actually a problem. And just thinking through the implications of some of the chemical technologies and ordinary technologies. Like there's this emphasis on the government's mapping, data collection, controlling people through, things that have happened recently, like the Cambridge Analytica scandal in England, where they got data on people and then exposed them basically to tailored propaganda in order to kind of get people to behave in certain ways based on that data collection. That's the sort of thing that these chemists are up against. So the idea of creating the sacrament, the creation of the sacrament is one part of this larger resistance to these forces of tyranny and control and oppression that are seeking power over freedom for all. So those are the kind of big themes that are introduced here, including the connection. It's this sort of, there are these Luciferian analogies, like towards the end on page 35, Crimson crushes these vials of drugs, and it says, "But when he crushed the vials, I thought he muttered violent epithets. They seemed to be Latin phrases, as in some rite. I recognized only the name of Lucifer." So there is this sort of, as I was saying, cosmic or almost like Paradise Lost style good versus evil battle that is going on in the background. And so the implication, though, is that these forces, this fight between power and control and freedom, are happening in the background of our ordinary life. And Leonard is just getting a glimpse into the larger implications, and as I was mentioning, many of which have actually played out, the stakes of which are much greater now in our everyday world today than they were when Leonard first wrote this book. So his fingers were really on the pulse of a lot of the concerns with the kind of the crossroads we're at civilizationally at the moment. So even though there is this abstract, figurative, often difficult language, it's communicating something that's very real about our times and the stakes involved, and the ability for people to use non-ordinary states of consciousness to get glimpses into better alternatives for how to live and how to relate and how to notice and help free ourselves from parasitic controlling forces that aren't necessarily working in our best interest. So those are the larger themes. And I also just wanted to point out that this first chapter really is trying to, I guess, teach how to read the book, introduce some of the themes, and also the logic in a way behind the book. And the line that really stands out to me is on page 27, towards the bottom, where Leonard's speaking to Crimson, and Crimson is saying he'll find him again in San Francisco. So Leonard's saying he wants to learn more. And then Crimson responds, "Experience is more indelible than rhetoric, friend. Visit San Francisco Saturday, anywhere downtown at sunrise. I'll find you." So that line, experience is more indelible than rhetoric. There's this idea that the ideas expressed in the story, by having it in this literary style, you are going through these experiences as experienced by Leonard. And you learn ideas and perspectives by going through the experiences that you wouldn't internalize in the same way if you saw those same ideas listed in bullet point form. So by having the experience, the communication happens in a more indelible, more effective, embodied way than a purely intellectual transmission of concepts, if that makes sense. So that's it for now, just some brief thoughts, and I look forward to continuing along more with all of you. Thanks.
The style at this stage advocates a world composed of light, colors, and music, very fitting, obviously, to the topic in hand. The world depicted is a fluid space-time continuum where the boundaries between the worlds of different consciousnesses, if that is a permitted plural, at work are porous, to say the least. The contact high referred to in this chapter is just a good way of describing the natural merging tendency of our consciousness with the surrounding greater mind if we allow it free rein, rather than limiting it to our default mode network operations, to speak in neurological terms. Just like Richard Wagner in the beginning of his Rheingold creates a world out of a repetitive three-note drone, I think 172 bars long or something like that, these characters appear to originate from light and sound, which is underscored by their names as colors: crimson, indigo, vermilion, magenta, and cobalt. The characters are elusive and ethereal because they are partakers of the mystery. Characters who have seen, I quote, "the dancing flames and prayer fans and movement of spirit," end of quote, as the author writes, and operate at the same time as hard-nosed, undercover agents for the expansion of consciousness and the liberation of human beings. The description of this double existence is masterful in this book, in my opinion, and it makes me reflect on how much of this double life is a result of irrational so-called drug laws, where people have to go into illegal activities in order to partake, produce, distribute, or whatever, of substances which, on balance, seem to have the potential to give mankind a direction which serves not the greedy clique of some individuals, but man in general in the context of nature, or, to put it shamanically, in the context of Mother Earth. Or is this part of the long-standing dichotomy of the secret sciences of Hermeticism, alchemy, and other esoteric teachings, and the currently dominant strain of one-sided rationalism? Maybe it is a combination of the two, or maybe it is both at the same time. So, crimson, indigo, vermilion, magenta, and cobalt are Homeric ship colors, as the author points out, which provides an important frame of reference in this book. The classical tradition, more specifically the Hermetic and pre-Socratic tradition, which reveals the metaphysical substratum of the book. quote, "The fire's heat against the cold sea air became the allegory for the worlds balanced by practitioners of these clandestine arts." It's such a beautiful quote. We'll say it again. "The fire's heat against the cold sea air became the allegory for the worlds balanced by practitioners of these clandestine arts." End of quote. This is the fire within creation, the creative principle, the prima materia of Heraclitus, revealed by these chemists, alchemists, and would suggest that the author views the sacrament as part of a long, cryptic, secret stream of consciousness underlying the stream of purely cerebral consciousness. It is a continuation of the Hermetic tradition going right back to the pre-Socratics, a process of removing layers upon layers of dense materialistic philosophy, which we have accumulated over the centuries, revealing in the end, after many purifications or resettings of the mind, again, the roomful of moonlight to one's imprisoned blood, and bringing to light what Heraclitus called the latent form, which is the master of the obvious form. And if I'm not completely mistaken, this is what the author manages to achieve in this first chapter. He makes not only visible the latent form, but lets it create the obvious form. Aesthetically speaking, this could go so easily wrong in the hands of a less accomplished writer than Leonard Pickard is. But in this chapter, it is clearly very, very successful. Another theme is that of freedom and captivity. In saying this, it is impossible not to think of the current plight of the author, languishing in a high-security prison in Arizona, surrounded by violent criminals of the most dangerous kind. A penalty, in my opinion, and this is only my opinion, and I have no idea how the author thinks about this, but a penalty, in my opinion, which appears to be driven by a sadistic pleasure of depriving a human being of even minimum contact with nature. A punishment which has nothing to do with the rational penal code, in my opinion, but which reminds me of Philip K. Dick's beautifully empathetic statement in his book A Scanner Darkly, which describes the lives of people who were entirely punished too much for what they did. Coming back to this theme of freedom and captivity, it is as if the characters originate from a free, transcendental realm. They manifest out of nothing, a creation ex nihilo. I can only speculate whether this is some kind of conscious or subconscious wish fulfillment on the part of the author. It certainly works as a literary device. There, the characters' tasks appears to be to break the limits of materialistic limitations, to break free from living in an exile on this earth, in the Neoplatonic sense, or in the Gnostic sense really, which depicts the cosmos as a kind of malfunctioning irrational mechanism which needs salvation from the true creative force which lurks in the background, accessible to some, invisible to most. They, the characters, are engaged in an alchemical process of reversing the separation and destruction from nature, from cosmos, from the greater mind, a transmutation, even transubstantiation, the true change of gross matter into sublime energy, or the disclosure of the sublime energy hiding in gross matter, a putting back together, one could say. Or, as the author puts it, again so beautifully, there's fission and fusion of thought and feeling, as forgiveness for all blasts heavenward. Dissolute chaos renders to absolute certainty. Wrenching ignominy and confusion transmute to clarity and peace. The tranquil vales of Elysium are welcoming us. End of quote. I would claim there's no contemporary author who can capture this unbearable dichotomous tension better than Leonard Pickard. And that makes me reflect one more time on his current situation in the prison. I have no idea how he keeps his sanity, his equilibrium, his undiminished interest in life under these conditions. Respect and love is what the author deserves. The juxtaposition of the inner blast of the sacrament, which leads to liberation, and the outer blast of the atomic bomb, which leads to destruction, captured in one perfect cadence. Let's repeat it, because it's so beautiful. There's fission and fusion of thought and feeling, as forgiveness for all blasts heavenward. Dissolute chaos renders to absolute certainty. Wrenching ignominy and confusion transmute to clarity and peace. The tranquil vales of Elysium are welcoming us. Beautiful stuff. The book has a deliberately revelatory tone. Chapter 1 reveals our own buried alternate history, the holy grail of philosophers, and with it the suppressed source of healing, the cure. The chemist Crimson embodies, or as the author calls it, re-aggregates, this tradition in its various manifestations. Paracelsus, Hermes Trismegistus, Dionysian intoxication, the Delphic priest, Galen, Vesalius, the angel St. John saw in the sun, etc. The revelation is that redemption, healing, the cure, the fusion with the divine, is always a possibility for those who are willing to drop beneath the rigidities of pure rationality. Just as much as the author in real life suggested a way out of the opioid crisis 20 years before anybody in the press even picked up on it, and then it was too late, the author of The Rose of Paracelsus provides a potential map for addressing what is the disease of our modern time. Spiritual desiccation, the loss of the connection with the divine, and that also means nature. The woods of Arcadia dead, as Yeats put it, and he also knew that only words, sacred words, can save us now. What the author describes as, quote, conversion into a privileged heterodoxy, or, quote, a bewitchment of concealed knowledge, end of quote, is a continuation of the German philosopher Adorno's message in a bottle idea. Sacred knowledge is passed down a network which subverts the official surveillance network, which is limiting and inhibiting, controlling in its intention, while this network of chemists is the opposite, disinhibiting and unlimiting, a network of messages which ignite the fire within us, burn away the dross of social conditioning, and cleanse the soul of everything fake and inauthentic. Leonard Pickard gives in this chapter a unique voice to those who have not given up on spiritual freedom, self-autonomy, a belief in the Elysium to be found in our psyche, consciousness, soul, whatever we want to call it. In Koine Greek, which neatly connects the Homeric heritage with the early anarchic Christian tradition, it is stated that E Basilea tu Theo entos humon estin. The kingdom of God is within us.
The first chapter of The Rose of Paracelsus is Highlander, and for me it's really interesting. That makes me think of Scotland, but actually where it's taking place is Inverness over on the west coast of the United States. And there's that interesting sense of this remote landscape, wherever it happens to be, and that our narrator is going to meet the secret chiefs, the mountain-dwelling, mysterious Illuminati masters, figures who guide or attempt to guide the destiny of humanity. And that's what he encounters initially with Crimson at this liminal space by the sea. And then they sit round the fire, and there's references to all kinds of things. There's alchemy in there, there's magic in there, there's the peyote ceremony of the Native American church is referenced in there. The idea of being a Rosicrucian, of behaving as though you are just a normal member of society, but then this deep covert operation to create planetary scale batches of LSD as part of a compassionate project to help evolve our species. It's a remarkable opening for a remarkable book.
It combines the very grand with the very ordinary. So the practicalities of lighting a fire and the small details of the conversation and the way that someone's hands are moving. And then coupling that with the cosmic scale, the grand scale.
So in that intro section, we've got set up for essentially the rest of the book. So we know that there are these 6 chemists with this remarkable power to kind of induce a psychedelic state by simply being in their presence. And we have that sense of the beautiful and the terrible that holds true and is counterpointed throughout the book, and the sense of the great compassionate and this kind of Christic idea of suffering and of redemption, and then things like addiction and the way that the darker side, the more difficult or unpleasant side, perhaps is better to describe it as, of the drugs and the drug experience is being dealt with. So issues like money are addressed in that, and issues of having to live these duplicitous double lives. The phrase that's used at one point is that our narrator talks about having a moral unease, and I think that's very much where this is, because even Crimson in the chapter says, well, we don't know where this leads. We feel that this is the right compassionate thing to do, but also references all of those other psychoactive and psychedelic substances and changes that are coming into culture. So I think that there's very much this, it is a kind of messianic thing. It's this idea that these people are trying to change the world, and they believe what they're doing is right, in the same way that historically we know that, people like the Brotherhood of Eternal Love, absolutely, that was their mission. That's what they thought was a good thing. And perhaps they were, and perhaps they are still right.
Yeah, they even explicitly say, think of the first early Christians, and how they would have felt when they were doing what they were up to. And they wouldn't have known exactly what it was that things were going to lead to. So it has that sense of a religious mission. So listening to a whole chapter rather than just the excerpts that we did for the initial episode of this podcast, listening to a whole chapter in one go, as we just have done, which took an hour and a half or however long it is a very different experience. You immerse yourself in it in a different way. It has that filmic, cinematic quality to it, partly because of the length of the thing, but also because of the sweeping passage as the camera of the text pans over the different landscapes and takes you into the intimacy of the scene where someone's hands are conjuring things together, whether that be the fire or a scene from a far off country into time and place. That you can immerse yourself into the readings is very different. So it's important, I think, to prepare yourself with a nice cup of tea or whatever is your favourite beverage of choice. Make yourself comfortable and really settle into it. Listening to a whole chapter in one go is a deeply moving, deeply intense, but deeply fulfilling experience in a way that a good meal is, rather than a quick snack.
I found listening again to a recording that's been made in prison and has been taken from a phone line which is only available for a few short minutes each month to Leonard. And so that recording has been done over a long period of time and cut together with only those brief little announcements indicating the fact that this is from prison, that the reading is coming. And of course it's deeply moving because that's where he is in that place and has been for a long time, and that's where this beautiful text and these gorgeous poetic phrases and these great sweeping vistas of narrative are coming to us from. They're coming to us, these great sweeping vistas of language, from a tiny enclosed box surrounded by many caged people in an isolated desert in the United States. And that's very powerful and very moving thing to listen to.
It can only add to the respect that I have for Leonard, for him to devote time to not just to read this passage, this chapter, in over which must have taken weeks, if not months, to do, given his allotted phone calls, but the way that he's collected all of these ideas and thoughts and put them down with paper and pencil, and created this book.
So that concludes the first chapter of The Rose of Paracelsus. We hope you enjoyed listening.
Please feel free to contact us with comments and questions on the material.
Signing off, I'm Alexa.
And my name is Kat. Thank you for joining us.
E Basilea tu Theo entos humon estin. The kingdom of God is within us.
Hello and welcome to the next installment of William Leonard Pickard's The Rose of Paracelsus on Secrets and Sacraments. My name is Alexa.
And my name's Kat. This is the third episode of the series, so if you are unfamiliar with this podcast, we recommend going back to listen to our introductory episode, explaining Leonard Pickard's story, as well as Chapter 1 of the book, titled Highlander, which is read from inside a maximum security prison by Leonard himself.
This episode is unique in that this chapter will be read by the world-famous Benedictine monk, Brother David Steindl-Rost. Brother David is 93 years old and may seem like a bit of an outlier in the series. But you'll hear a recording from Leonard in a bit explaining a strange coincidence which led him to be involved with this podcast.
Brother David recorded Chapter 2 from the Gut Eich Priory Monastery in Austria. He has, in the past, been a monk of Mount Savior Benedictine Monastery in New York, dividing his time between hermetic contemplation, writing, and lecturing. He's the co-founder of Gratefulness.org, supporting ANGL, a network for grateful living. He was one of the first Roman Catholics to participate in Buddhist-Christian dialogue.
He's the author of several books, including The Ground We Share, a text on Buddhist and Christian practice, Gratefulness, the Heart Prayer, and Deeper Than Words. He also has several viral TED Talks which have been viewed millions of times. We'll provide a link to these in the description of the episode.
After the reading concludes, we'll hear some commentary on the chapter by theologian Mark Yuhan, where he'll discuss some of the underlying themes. But first, here's a recording from Leonard himself, discussing how Brother David came to be part of this project.
Dear friends, this is Leonard calling to say a few words about Brother David. As you can imagine, Brother David is 94, 6'6". He often writes and speaks in a white cowl. He observes the Benedictine hermitage for about 6 months a year, that is, living in silence and peace with his studies and his prayers. I have an anecdote about Brother David that you might find of interest of how this recording was made. Brother David was 19 when the Nazis invaded Austria. He got his PhD from the University of Vienna, came to the United States, entered the Benedictines, and was instructed by the Vatican to investigate Buddhism in America, which he most successfully did. He was well loved and well received in the Christian and Buddhist communities throughout his life. Michael Pollan speaks of the 1994 conference at Esalen in Big Sur as the origin of medicalization of psychedelics. But there was an earlier conference in 1993 in which the late criminologist Mark Kleiman was there, a RAND researcher Tom Schelling, studying thermonuclear warfare,
Dublin of Maps, David Presti from the University of California. Schelling, of course, was the future Nobel laureate in economics. A gathering of 14 to 15 people in a little cottage in Esslin in 93 was the beginning of the medicalization effort. And Brother David opened it with prayers. 27 years later, when we were looking for someone to read chapter 2, I thought of Brother David, who lived nearby in a hermitage outside of Carmel and was familiar with the Zen Center described in chapter 2 and all the people that spoken of in the chapter. But I had no way of reaching him. I thought of a friend in Switzerland who might know him and telephoned. Of course, Brother David does not have a telephone. He considers them the modern hair shirt. Amazingly, Brother David was in the car as my friend was driving from Salzburg to Lucerne to bring him to a Buddhist meditative sitting. And we had a very good talk and a very affectionate talk. And even a laugh about prisons being like monasteries, except the monks were much louder. Brother David then agreed to do the reading, most happily, and promptly left for Argentina, where he spends 6 months a year, and circled back through Italy, where he had an audience with the Pope, and then finally to Gut H. Priory in Salzburg, where he lives most of the time, and most lovingly did this recording.
And now, here is Brother David reading Chapter 2, titled Beginner's Mind. As always, we highly recommend listeners pick up a copy of The Rose of Paracelsus to follow along.
Chapter 2, Beginner's Mind. Taniguchi Bushwan. On the 1-ton temple bell, a moon moth, folded in sleep, sits still. Bodhidharma, a special transmission outside the scriptures, not depending on words or letters, directly pointing to the mind, seeing into one's true nature. Yeats, The Winding Stair. I'm looking for the face I had before the world was made. James, The Portrait of a Lady. Le couvent n'est pas comme le monde, monsieur. The convent is not the world, sir. Ginsberg, Howl, who vanished into nowhere then. Chapter 2 begins here. There is the scent of lilacs. I am facing a wall, seated on a cushion in a monk's formal sitting robe, legs crossed and back straight. Across the darkened hall, an incense offering burns. I notice my breath as it flows in and out, and focus upon it. Distractions appear in the form of thoughts and feelings, sounds and light, in physical sensations from the disciplined posture. These go away for a while, then reappear. I think of plants and people, feel anxiety and desire, hear the faint muffled traffic, and see upon the wall a shaft of sunlight. Within this eternal circle of perceptions, I have fleeting moments of pure consciousness. The Dalai Lama has described this essence of mind as clear and all-knowing. We are practicing at Hoshinji Beginner's Mind Temple in San Francisco, the oldest and largest training monastery in America in Soto Zen tradition. We practice arts from the lineage of Japanese Zen master Dogen from 1250 AD. It is a place of ancient courtesies and unworldly kindnesses, each morning opening into the rose window of the East. As heirs of the final teachings of Hoshinji founder Shunryu Suzuki Roshi, we are the residents for months, years, or a lifetime. We learn about simple but difficult mental practices, about graceful conduct, aesthetics, and perfections of manner, and, within all of those, the iron rail of discipline. After zazen, or meditation, we engage in calligraphy, hibana, or flower arranging, chano-yu, or tea ceremony, gardening, and service of the dying. As a path to enlightenment, or big mind, some Soto monasteries also may practice the martial arts of Aikido, the non-injurious rendering of physical aggressions by their momentum to the floor, the soft, elegant litanies of Hoshinji are merciless as diamonds. Indistinguishable from one another, 50 Zen priests, monks, nuns, and students sit side by side facing the wall in the Zendo, or meditation hall, a rectangular room in the 16th century style with a hand-polished wooden floor and elevated areas for sitting meditation. Sometimes our restless normal consciousness, affectionately labeled monkey mind, ceases playing, subsides, and becomes quiescent. We occasionally gain glimpses of no mind, the space between thoughts. It is completely silent and just before dawn. Outside, through the Zendo walls of rebar and brick, we hear two young lesbian lovers frantically clutch and rip each other's clothing, pressing against doorways, sobbing, their footsteps shuffling back and forth in attraction and repulsion. They're coming down hot in jangles crashing from their long sleepless night. They yearn at loss and gain, the fear and surrender, the tantalizing promise of new couplings. Their tender, fruitless urgencies cry to unify the spirit through flesh. Their voices are without bodies. Don't go. I hate you. I can't be with you anymore. Please don't go. I love you. I gave you all my coke. Convulsive tears, they run up and down the alley behind Hoshinji, past the monks' sittings in silence. Passion and calm are separated by an aged, impassable wall, embossed with wet lichen and lapped by the city's mists. We hear the cycle of unsatiated cravings, the pleading and chasing and embraces and tearing away and returning, the long, low moaning. For them, it is an ugly and poignant hour when samsara, the illusion of the world, becomes delirious imaginings, unchecked passion, and the cruel severing of their hearts. Their anguish fades in the barely perceptible sounds of distant motors, opening doors, salsa music, the ignition of engines, children's voices ready for school, drunks shouting execrations. Two junkies from nearby projects prowl trash cans and mutter like aimless lunatics, already jonesing for the next fix. The background becomes subdued as we attend to the breath. It is quiet once again. There remain only the whistles of swifts as if from abbey walls and the smell of rain-shining streets. No one moves, not a word is uttered. We sit in silence, awaiting the next manifestation of thought and feeling, sound and light, bodily sensations, before it is lost on the out-breath. A haiku by Zen poet Basho arises. Below the autumn tempest rages, while above the sky is motionless. A bell is struck softly. The sitting period is ended. We turn to our cushions, gather our flowing robes, and stand simultaneously with eyes lowered, hands folded, one upon the other. As the bell rings again, we turn left together. From the sendo, a single file, we slowly walk away. I have entered this world by begging admission the same day as released from prison. Captive for a misunderstanding about laboratory equipment, one had been consigned to a hellhole of lethargic suffering. By this different confinement of monastic practice, I seek healing and purification, a cloistering from endless brutality. For 1,000 years, supplicants meditated by temple gates for weeks until their earnestness was recognized by passing monks. My years of isolated meditation in the midst of knives and blood may be apparent. Possessing only the second-hand clothes I wear, remnants from a cardboard box that day, I ask for refuge and am given shelter. The howling violence, the ferocity of oppression is gone now. My body is lean and tight from relentless exercise beneath rows of razor wires in nameless, lonely yards. Monasteries, some say, are places for desperate people. I begin to walk these halls past perfectly placed lilies, minimalist art, sculptures and paintings where each of us bows in passing with hands pressed near the heart in prayer or gasho. Contemplative mindfulness reigns. Such frequent bowing, traditional among Japanese and highly cultured in Zen practice, is explained to Westerners as lowering the mast of the ego, so that others can be seen more clearly. The slightest loudness, anger, or vulgarity is seized upon and distinguished through examination and insight. With each step, I thank the good Lord that Buddhists do not recognize, or the spirit that is the mystery, or the essence of mind, for this blessing, this teaching. Late at night, I sometimes wander alone in the empty, silent halls, freedom's shadow, emptying and splashing and see through the tall windows under a clear sky the high-riding moon. Yet the monastery is proving far more demanding than gun towers. I slowly am making progress in not being an unruly creature, unconscious of these graceful, steely arts. As we practice before first light, I always returning to the pool of silence. A tall, gaunt priest one day announces in a dreamy, true voice a haiku to help us cultivate body, speech, and mind. Rhinoceros, crashing through the underbrush, becomes white deer in the moonlight. I have stumbled directly into Rohatsu Sesshin, the winter 7-day silent period that even for monks with 30 years of practice is a rigorous, even grueling, continuous meditation. It is broken only by highly formal meals or oryoki and walking meditation or kinhin. This stringent, scrupulously detailed practice involves such absolute attention that I become a prisoner again, not of the gross, but of the subtle. A few of the new students physically shake during meditation, as random or powerful images manifest. Others, relaxing deeply for the first time, re-depress old memories in silent tears. Some may flee rather than continue to look inside. The monks consider these first phenomena as distractions by an egoless, then eager to observe itself. Occurring not infrequently among beginners, they are called makyo. A single small window high upon the wall opens to the edge of a pale and bloodless late moon. Behind us, as we face the wall, is the long hours of zazen. We hear the almost imperceptible passing bare feet, the rustle of a robe, as a priest slowly circumambulates the zendo. A phantom, he carries a long wooden awakening stick, the kyosaku. He stops to administer it upon the shoulders or backs of students who posture it flagging. My form is perfect, but not perfect enough. Courteous monks, unto death he bows, then he strikes me. At the startling impact, my spine elongates, the thrill of alertness heightening awareness until the flames of bodily sensation are recognized. They pass away like the many worlds that come and go. After a moment, there is neither pain nor pleasure. At the end of morning zazen, before an identical afternoon and evening, a priest rings a bell for the ritual service of oryoki. We do not ramble to the dining room, but bow to the wall, turn together to our cushions, then produce our oryoki set. Facing each other now, with eyes lowered, hands in prayer, we all bow again in a single hush of robes. Within a square white cloth, tied twice at the diagonals, are a white ceramic bowl, a wooden spoon, a pair of chopsticks, and 3 nested lacquered bowls. All are arranged within a certain perfection. Still in zazen posture, legs crossed, we open the cloth and place each item upon it in the prescribed order. Chopsticks in the wrong direction or not parallel is a flaw in the oryoki practice, as is the small lacquered bowl placed to the left rather than to the right, or the cloth not tied properly. We are training not to be obsessive, but also to be mindful of small things. We each lay our oryoki set as silently as possible, then wait until the last of the 50 persons is done. We all bow as one. The Ino, head of Zendo practice, claps his 2 blocks of wood together to signal several servers in robes, cued by the Zendo doorway. Each server carries a single large bowl of rice, vegetables, tofu, or sliced fruits, appears in a silent row. The food is the most pure and adequate. There is no feeling of renunciative philosophy or being lost in the desert, purging guilt, or a diet of locusts and wild honey. The serving monks and nuns walk in single file, not to the nearest person, but circumambulate entire Zendo, passing everyone. Then arrive to stand before the first recipient, who is holding her hands in prayer. Both bow to each other. She offers her large lacquered bowl, one of the 3, by first raising it to the forehead as a bow with her hands full. The server with the rice then bows, steps forward, ladles out a portion of rice, steps back and bows. The second server then bows. The process continues until all of the first recipient's bowls are filled. All bow again. The next person then is served. With this formal procedure continuing through all 50 people, the abbess is served last, even after beginner students. I realize that the unearthly din of confined men no longer is heard. It is replaced by the nuns' murmurs of devotions, their soft countenances, in this antipody of Hades past. A formal oryoki service may require a half hour or more. Not a word is spoken. No one moves other than to bow. The Ino, seeing everyone served, strikes a bell for the meal, prayer, or gata. We chant in part in honor of those who grow and bring food. We should know how it comes to us. Desiring the natural order of mind, we should be free from greed, hate, and delusion. The bell rings, and we begin to eat our rice thoughtfully, drinking our miso soup, and consume slowly the mixed fruits in the small lacquered bowl. We taste each flavor, feel each texture. I reflect on the almost 2,000 days in the madness of prison chow halls, the surely angry-lined shuffling to receive through a porthole in a cement wall plastic trays filled with industrial byproducts, the lowest quality processed food for penal institutions and carelessly heated in vats. A Shigella outbreak, hospitalizations, 80 inmates because a worker placed feces into the food. Meals are consumed hastily as guards shout threats. Kitchen workers steal as much as possible. Tightly crowded tables are filled with murderers, addicts, and dysfunctional and crazed, the clearly evil. Dark countenances strain the smile from any face. But all that is gone now, and I dare lift my eyes slightly for the briefest of moments to see these many people practicing this ancient art. I now am surrounded by children of light. Remembering to return to the breath, and at this moment to a Ryoki service, I pick up the last grain of rice with chopsticks, for these portions are just enough to sustain practice. Each person wipes their bowls with a sliver of daikon, pickled radish, then eats the daikon. The Eon, seeing everyone has finished, claps the blocks, and then servers reappear with pitchers of hot water, repeating the bowing procedure one by one, with each person swirling the hot water in their bowls, drinking the water, then drying the bowl with the oryoki cloth. Through the high small window, the buttery dawn of light is now a pastoral blue. A whipping rain has ceased. The thin rays of the sun touch the ceiling. The first of 3 daily oryoki meals is finished. The bowls are nested, the cloth tied in the formal manner. We, as one, place the oryoki sets next to the wall and to the right of the zafus or sitting cushions. The times of cages, of beggared friendships and destroyed love are no more. A bell sounds to begin the all-day meditation in the first of 7 silent days. We bow. This refined and gracious service, the simplest of meals, and all other ancient forms of Hoshinji are conducted with the same perfection and reverence. About this practice, performed as if each of us were a sacrament one can never forget. Suddenly I see tattooed faces in prison yards, hear the screaming, feel the cruelty of feedlots, the black hole of a human abattoir. I awake to see only the nuns' luminous faces. My internal voice comforts me. This is the right place. On the seventh and last day of Rohatsu session, in the pre-dawn quietude, the esteemed abbess of Hoshinji glides in her robe behind those meditating and, without a word, touches a monk or student on the shoulder. This is the summoning to Dohatsu, a private interview with the abbess to discuss difficulties we may be having with the practice. At the touch of the abbess, I arise and follow her to the Dohatsu room. Eyes lowered, I can see only the swaying hem of her robe. For 30 years she has taught the 13th century art of sewing traditional monks' robes, the rakusu, or little robe, and the okesa, the fine priest's robe. Each requires thousands of hand-sewn stitches in a manner defined for 700 years. With each stitch, the word Namukiebutsu, the name of Buddha, the first teacher of this way, are softly intoned. Walking 3 stories up the narrow hallway to the Dohatsu room, she enters and closes the door. I wait outside, as is the custom. On either side of the door, we settle for a while. I, with knees folded and sitting on my heels, in seiza, the alternative pose to the leg-crossing posture of zazen. After some moments, she strikes a bell lightly. I rise, enter, bow, and sit before her in seiza. I bow to her 3 times. She returns the bows. She is in the gold, grey, and brown robes of a Roshi, a direct descendant in the lineage of the first teachers, and one to whom Inka, the seal of illumination, has been transmitted. Her hair is white, shaved almost to the scalp. She sits erect, balanced, intelligent, compassionate. One feels as though one is being diagnosed by a master physician for the malady with no name. We sit in the silence of mutual regard. I try not to waver, for there is no place to hide. We talk for a while before the essential questions. How long will you remain? She inquires. Until I'm married or accepted to graduate work, I propose, balanced on the gate to a new world. Our practice is very rigorous, some say, very difficult. Will you be able to manage it? My cumbersome efforts in the Zendo are clear to her. New students are obvious, restless, distracted. Confusion and irreverence are like a rock thrown into a pool of moonlight. I have come from a world of men where for 5 years every hour of the day was highly structured. Awakening, meals, working, sleeping, not unlike here, but less peaceful. I do not describe the white scar of memory, the iron parallelogram in which part of me remains forever. She does not inquire further. From her direction, I feel she knows. Your occupation, she asks. My research interests are in medicinal chemistry, I respond, avoiding memory's spiritual precipice. I too was a chemist at the University of California at Berkeley before studying Zen. She explains that she's from Alabama as a girl and has 4 children. Her husband is with her in the practice. I also am from the Deep South as a youth. She will encourage the Tenzo, the head cook, to include biscuits now and then in the mornings. We smile. Why don't we try it for a while, she says. She gently rings the summoning bell. I bow. She returns the bow and I leave. Bowing a final time at the door, I close it in the way monks enter and leave rooms by turning the handle and seating the door soundlessly. Assigned to a lay monk's bare cell, I must move from my comfortable visitors' accommodations. From this moment, I truly enter the monastery for the first time, not as an observer, but as a member of the exquisitely rare community where every small action, sitting, standing, walking, sleeping, speaking, must be conducted with mindfulness. Before descending to my monk cell, I go to the roof of Hoshinji, where there is a small garden and an expansive view of San Francisco. The brilliant open western sky is blue and hard. The spire of the Carillon at the Berkeley campus pierces a low fog across the bay. Its own temple bells are calling the academic faithful to their devotions, to another form of enlightenment. It is a tolling to which I too ultimately must yield, as is my heritage. But reborn in this cleansing practice of Hoshinji, I vow to remain until these precepts can be applied to scholarly effort, to the promise of a new life. To the south lie Stanford and Silicon Valley, their bandwidth electrifying our planet. I bow to that direction in honor of the being we all are becoming. Yet, as a cloud passes before the sun, I notice to the northeast the Federal Building. There, technology is being turned inward upon us through fearsome surveillance methods and databases with millions of files instantly retrievable from monitoring subjects of interest. Against the shadow's coldness, I pulled my sitting robe closely, anticipating that such careful scrutiny of the population is leading to Indra's net, the Sufi concept of a universe of eyes looking at each other, but this time in judgment. Perhaps they still consider me as a target, one who inexplicably has gone to ground in a religious retreat. I remember the CIA director of intelligence in the Cold War, Yale poet James Jesus Angleton, who was fond of the phrase wildness of mirrors. Angleton used to describe the illusion of a straight line. The truth always twists and turns in any games involving mutual deceptions. Certainly, my own file still exists among the many more worthy of attention. Established the same year the DEA was formed, it must be long inactive and paltry its lack of weapons or violence. My robe is flowing in a light wind. The sophisticated machines nearby might fail against the skills of Hoshinji's practice, far too subtle to be comprehended by different breeds. Turning into the monastery, I remember to let such distracting thoughts go now. With gratitude, I begin rigorous training, erasing the pain that came before. This clockwork of sustained meticulous effort measures every hour for the next 700 days. Perhaps forgetting now by the watches, I have become only a simple monk. At the end of the first year, I still have the same dream. Running wildly, escaping from the suffocating to torturing cages. I am pursued relentlessly across bleak and mystic landscapes under a cold moon, saved by the kiss of a woman never seen. Within this nocturnal sea is heard the wakening bell, and the practice day of Hoshinji's begins. The sound of the wakening bell is not the clear resonance of a small singing bowl on a silk pillow in the zendo. An alarming, brisk clanging down the hallway, seeming to hover near every door, it grows and recedes in magnitude from horizon to horizon like a slow steam locomotive. It is accompanied by the sound of running, for a robed monk or nun is swinging a large bell on a wooden handle in broad vertical sweeps, moving through every hallway, up and down the staircases before vanishing as abruptly as they appeared. I entered the physical realm, tensing hands and legs and stretching, then sit up slowly in the prescribed manner. I am again in my temporary suit of bone and hair and tissue. My body becomes an automaton, working through exercises learned in prison cells, so cramped one can hardly turn. The blood begins to rush. The confined use these routines to survive weeks or months of lockdown from gang violence, to sharpen one's spirit against insurmountable odds. My heart is leaping, lungs gasping. With slow yoga, I recover becoming as a child again, then bow in gratitude. Out the window of this cloistered bare room is only the chill deadness of a winter's night. No surveillance teams lurk on the pavement anymore. No unmarked vans with UHF antennae are down the street. There's only a stark, cancelled sky. It is 4:30 a.m. precisely. Slipping on a grey kimono and wearing sandals of tatami mat, I enter a procession of monks, splash cold water on my face to elicit the alerting reflex, then return to don a long black sitting robe with full wide sleeves. The tendrils of night visions become frail. We walk mindfully in single file down flights of stairs, one at the center, through decades of practice towards the darkened zendo. The awakening bell is replaced by a sharp, methodical, singular resounding rap, the repeated concussion of a wooden mallet, administered every 2 minutes by a robed monk with his back to us upon a suspended flat hardwood han. Defeating any thought of sleep and acting as a timer before we all must be seated in the zendo, the startling sound of the han echoes insistently throughout the building, quickly soothed by the silence of night. A black swan upon an obsidian lake, we flow in our swirling robes, hands folded, only sandal heels and edges of robes seen by our lowered eyes. We are silent apparitions. There are no whispered salutations or any words of interaction, just the movement of robes, a silent peace train. The monks facing the han stands immobile, awaiting the exact moment for the next strike. I lift my eyes to the inscription carved into the han, a wide, thick hardwood flat suspended from the ceiling by ropes. Its words are the first we see each day. Awake, awake, great is the matter of birth and death. All things are passing. Don't waste this life. We each enter the darkened zendo on the left foot and bow. The Ino, head of practice, bows and instructs us where to sit. A single votive burns. Not gazing about, we stand by our tan, the elevated sitting area, all facing each other. Upon a bell sounding, we bow simultaneously, turn to the left, then sit in zazen posture on our safu cushion to face the wall. The han is struck faster once each minute for 5 minutes, then every 15 seconds, then every second, then as rapid as staccato as the monk can manage before stopping. Then, after a pause of 5 seconds, a final, very loud rap penetrates every crevice of Hoshinji. We all begin meditating. It is 5 a.m. The monk by the hand strikes a heavy wooden mallet on a massive 300-pound iron densho bell, its surface covered with Japanese sutras. Each stroke produces inescapable, deep, sonorous vibrations felt at the cellular level. The monk strikes the bell 3 times, letting each ring completely subside, a pause before the next strike. The sound is of utter gravity. It is rung once for the Buddha, the Indian Prince Siddhartha Gautama, who first developed this mental practice. The second is for the Dharma, the teaching arising from the realization. The third is for the Sangha, the community of those who practice the way. The swirling swans have become black crows, side by side on a power line to the infinite, to big mind. With heightened wakefulness, they step back from the restless cortex and examine psychic contents with great attention. Past the wall, much of the city still slumbers. Our thoughts are like incense, rising, curling, and vanishing. Our limited human awareness awaits the miraculous impossibility of the day. Through the high and narrow window, and just below the edge of the world, dawn beginnings to illuminate the eastern sky. Externally, meditation is quiescent, motionless. Within, transcendent rivers of mind merge and flow in the darkness. I am not so skilled, and on an in-breath, clusters of vivid images erupt. Memories of volunteering in emergency rooms, the trauma unit of San Francisco General Hospital, 4 dying 19-year-olds, double dates, now screaming on gurneys, a vehicular mass casualty from the driver's cocaine overdose and cardiac arrest. Only 20 minutes earlier, they were speeding over the Bay Bridge, music blasting, laughing, drinking, snorting, lines rushing, horny, clutching the silky thighs, unconscious of the beast about to pluck them all. 2 survive, shrieking to their voiceless friends, now quiet as death. Blood everywhere, the driver's ribcage sliced open without anesthetic, pried apart with a steel rib spreader for hands-on direct massage. The most extreme remedy, life's last chance. Every resident is there, crowded together with victims, nurse attendings, paramedics. A resident calls the death at 5:13 a.m., just as it is now. All walk stunned from the trauma room to their private confrontations with God before the next patient in a line that never ends. Left alone, I say a prayer for the young man, holding his lukewarm hand while no one is looking. His eyes are open, glassy like a doll. I close them, remove the rib spreader, and glance at the exposed heart. Hanging and still, I slip a body bag over him. The janitor, a very elderly black man, mops a floor, slick with carnage, squeezes out the mop, says nothing. A resident approaches, we seal the bag, the victim's face disappearing. We push the gurney to the morgue. We talk a while to come down from seeing fresh spirits so suddenly devoured. We hover between the two worlds. Colors seem unreal. Faces look away. We change subjects, for Armageddon's cold visage has passed us by this time. There is no greater privilege than the witnessing of life and death. I apply to medical school, work at the trauma unit, death main stage on Saturday nights. I see everything. Dying junkies with scars like ropes, Latinos deranged on PCP with lacerated skulls from baseball bats, their wrists broken from struggling with handcuffs to gurneys. Countless young mothers in wheelchairs delivering in elevators as life gives and takes away. The wealthy and prominent rendered mute and helpless by stroke, now quickly discarded. My own world dies, for I am arrested over some disputed laboratory equipment from a recycler. My acceptance to medical school arrives in jail the same week. I kiss the letter and pray for guidance. 5 years follow, smothered in steel enclosures, born again now, sadness, failing, falling useless. With only a beginner's mind, not yet quick to notice long submerged feeling, arises. I finally recognize the florid cognitive display of this macchio, repressed from the subconscious. I awaken to return to the breath. The macchio resolves itself in a vow to act compassionately. It seems so simple. I become as a tranquil, clear stream. A soft bell sounds and the spell is broken. Each morning for several hundred days, I gather my robe, stand, turn, and walk in silent single file with all monks and nuns to the Buddha hall. It is empty, except for elaborate figures of Buddha, Bodhisattva, and Kannon, goddess of compassion, all above an altar with votive candles, incense, and flowers. On a shelf, there are small wooden boxes containing the ashes of past residents at Hoshinji. 50 tatami mats and black zafu cushions are in order on the floor to seat us into two groups, each with rows of monks and nuns facing each other. Priests in okesas walk between us to the altar, lay prayer cloth, then kneel and touch their brows to the floor. We all together kneel 3 times as well, then collect our robes and sit in zazen. We bow as one, as a drum and a large wooden fish, the mokyugo, are struck in time for chanting. In Japanese or English, a steady, slow beat commences. With our deepest voices, we chant the Heart Sutra, for 700 years recited each morning in Soto Zen monasteries throughout the world. The monks chant in Japanese their many voices in a basso profundo, described as a deep abiding or being settled in the heart of being alive, or like walking on the Makkahanya Haramita Shingyo, an English fragment being form is emptiness, emptiness form, not born, not destroyed, not defiled, not immaculate, not increasing, not decreasing, in emptiness no form, no feeling, no thought, no volition, no consciousness, no eyes, no ears, no nose, no tongue, no body, no mind, no sound, no taste, no touch, no object of mind, no vision, no ignorance, and no extinction of ignorance, no old age and death, and no extinction of old age and death, no suffering, no origination, no stopping, no path, no cognition, no attainment, and no attainment, no hindrance, no fear. At the ceremony's end, still heady with chanting, we turn and file into the hallway to queue before the Ino. She is standing in her robe and kimono, her hands in prayer. Each person approaches and leans close to her, where the Ino dispenses the work order for Soji, the temple cleaning period. She bows and whispers. 3rd floor hallway, garden, street, toilets. We lift the fine black sleeves of our sitting robes, tie them with 2 strands of cloth sewn into the robe, and roll up the kimono sleeves. The prize assignments are the toilets. The monks vie for this location in humility already known to me from the prison years of scrubbing cells on hands and knees. I sweep the sidewalk around Hoshinji in robe and sandals at 6 a.m., clearing away leaves, candy wrappers, cigarette butts, and, from the hedge, the crack vials, wine bottles, and prophylactics from the nearby projects. Busy commuters stalled in traffic hardly glance at us. This being San Francisco, perhaps mistaking us for Catholic novices in a seminary. Summer and winter, in light rain or mist, only the mindful sweeping and the commuter's hurried frustration occupy the dawn streets. the paranoia from incarceration fades into a certain peace. I no longer sense or imagine government teams in dented parked cars down the streets, for their ghosts have been fled with the light. There remains for any observers only the dreary spectacle of a monk sweeping with head down day after day, reciting softly spoken prayers. I have become nothing special. One morning, in the pearly dawn from a receding fog, a young beginning Zen student who has traded in chronic cannabis, alcohol, and caffeine use for clarity of mind through the practice, inches close by as we sweep with our brooms. After weeks of wrestling with Zen's difficult merger of delicate forms with absolute discipline, he divulges quietly a certain truth. Now I know why this place is considered the Marines for seekers. I smile, but continue weeping. On the second floor of Hochinji, one encounters a small alcove with tatami mats, flower offerings, or candles, all before a black lacquered statue of a figure in robes carved from Bolina's pearl. It depicts Shunryu Suzuki Roshi, the founder of Hoshinji, and the sister monasteries of Green Gulch and Tassajara, and arguably Zen in America. Although Suzuki Roshi passed away many years ago, once each week, since then, after morning ceremonies, our lines of monks congregate on the stair below the effigy to chant and in honor of his teachings. Once in place and everyone silent, a diminutive elderly Japanese woman appears, grey hair pinned back, walking with tiny steps from an adjacent hallway to cross before us. She and the priests bow to the effigy, light incense, recite Japanese prayers, and bow again. Our low honoring chant fills the hallways, passing into silence. At the end, this single small Japanese woman, affectionately known as Okusan, our temple mother, slowly and very reverently bows alone 3 times to Suzuki Roshi's statue, hands in prayer. She turns and bows to the priests, then to us, the monks and nuns, cascading down the stairway. She folds her hands and with great dignity walks away into the recesses of Hoshinji, not to be seen again until the following week. The ceremony is conducted over the decades since Suzuki Roshi's death, never failing, never changing. For a year, I assume that Okusan is simply an aged nun. Finally, I whisper on the stairway, "Why does Okusan come each week?" Adan Chang-san, hands in prayer, whispers back, "Why, that is the widow of Suzuki Roshi. She appears each ceremony in devotion to her husband for 30 years. Whenever Oksan bows now, my secret self only can bow to her in veneration." Never forgetting her husband, Okusan evokes memories of some unnamed loss or presence of a future life. Sensitized to the irreplaceable heart by Okusan's quiet honor, I feel emotions like islands in a sea of emptiness. A performance becomes stirring when accompanied by the atonal sounds of a samisen, a geisha in jet black perfect hair, silk kimono, obi-sash, and holding a parasol, performs a 500-year-old dance so slowly as to be motionless, with no change of expression on her oval painted white face and small heart-shaped red lips, but only with limited movements of her feet and hands and parasol, she expresses falling in love. She symbolically cuts her hair before a ritual suicide at her plight for a geisha love can never be. The feeling arises again from an old image in the Honshinji library, a mother in ragged kimono, stunned and lost, is carrying her newborn child. Her eyes are unspeakable. She stumbles through a crematorium, the aftermath of the firebombing of Tokyo. Sitting in zazen, there are memories of fathers forced from their families in prison, visiting rooms, of mothers denied the nursing of their crying babies, of a distraught child being carried out prison doors, of their small hands waving goodbye forever, of all their hopeless eyes. Images manifest of Okusan's reverent bows, the geisha's desperate heart, the lost mother in Tokyo. I see a future where the sad eyes of my own wife and child turn away one day, and all seems connected to that wailing darkness where love departs and we are left so very alone. I first notice Helen, a very elderly nun with snowy hair, when she bows so deeply in Okusan's presence. I often escort her about the monastery, but never ask of this homage. When she becomes infirm, then an invalid, I find a blue silk kimono for her, one with streams and lilacs and branches of laurel. On the night of Helen's death, she shows me photographs of her youth, when she was a sophisticated, attractive, artistic woman in San Francisco's bohemian with green eyes and red hair in a high French cut. One photograph catches my eye, though, of an ageless blind Japanese woman with one arm. Her name is Ichizaki, she taught me Zen meditation, Helen explains, as a very young girl. Perhaps we were 6 or 7. Tell me of those days. I was the daughter of missionaries in Japan. Those were the war years, the time of starving families, the devastated, haunted cities. We were among the last residents of a foreign consulate. Ishizaki and I played by the river under the Sakai Bridge. How did she lose her arm? A sunrise that never ended, a star on earth, a multi-headed dragon that spread across the horizon. It ate the very sky. The image of the slaughtered were written on its face. Hiroshima. I can say nothing but only listen. The poisoned sunlight was shining with the dead faces of sleeping infants. They were carved into a fanatic rictus like white leprosy. I'm hearing her final words. I think she must be dreaming. Evil spirits hung about like great bats, then roamed the earth like reptiles among the dying, like beasts in the apocalypse. Perhaps she is delirious. I open her Japanese fan and try cooling her face. We are behind a small shoji screen for privacy in her simple spare room. Incense lifts in whirls in the air. I try to bring her back. Where were you both? I was in blue satin and patent leather pumps that day. We were pretending a tea party in the garden of the walled estate, singing children's songs. She was laughing and pointing up at the kites when the light blinded her. She staggered outside. The silhouettes of school children were etched into the consulate walls. Mothers with prams, the pink kites, our little friends, the rose garden, all gone. I keep her windows open this last night, flaring at the moon. Somewhere, someone is playing a flute. The shock wave came next. The hollowing of 1 trillion banshees, the instant flattening of buildings, bridges. And the survivors, what were they like? We saw grisly humanoid figures as they collapsed into dust. Japanese families were naked in the river, their clothes burned off. They looked like great blisters. Some had no faces. Others moved with their arms out, flesh hanging in shreds, as though they were reaching for a lost world. It was so eerie. There were no sounds but for the weeping. Where was your friend? I found her beneath the rubber and drew her out. Her leg was broken, her face burned. Her left arm was in the river, with the heads and bodies, the stumps cauterized by the blast. Yet my friend gave me a plum she had kept in her right hand. We shared it and stayed together until the consulate survivors found us. They said we were embracing each other and singing hymns. What were you singing? A song I taught her for her meditation lessons. We sang it over and over until they came. And she began to sing in her frail high voice. We shall gather at the river, the beautiful, beautiful river. Yes, we'll gather at the river that flows by our home up above. Death watch beetles sometimes stick in the timber of Hoshinji until the cool silence engulfs us yet again. Some monks die in zazen posture, for meditation is like one's death at morning. After Helen's passing, I find an envelope addressed to me in her handwriting. It contains the photograph of her beloved Ishizaki, as though it were a message no one else could read. At the very end of her formal funeral ceremony, with 50 monks chanting to bells and drums, a priest calls out her name to the skies as if she were listening. Helen! We file from the Buddha hall. Her ashes are on the shelf in a cedar box inscribed in Japanese. I often visit the Hoshinji room now with its flowering of roses, the new aspiring violets, the garden scent of limes. There's a plum tree Helen always cared for. I meditate here sometimes, overlooking the city, the last rays of the sun playing like August lions. The sunset below, fresh and keen. Autumn's cooling is moist. I remain for hours, as ruffled feathers of moonlight embrace the city in cobwebs of light and mist. Swallows are gathering below this hermit in extremis. Midnight ravens crow sleepily. I can see all the way up the fretted coast. The ocean and mountains are like a Chinese water paint. The world becomes enchanted with lights. An enigmatic fan of planets stretches across the cosmos. Hours pass. there is a high moonlight full of monochrome beauty. The sea drains of its colors. I begin to sing for Helen. Fragments of the old rugged cross, chants in Japanese, lines from Mourner's Kaddish. I sing Islamic Azan, the call to prayer. Then remember the hymn at the earth's end. Until the light of dawn I sing softly for her. We shall gather at the river, the beautiful, beautiful river. I hear the rustling of black robes behind me, smell incense of green laurel, but no one is ever there. I awaken now at 3:30 a.m. before Zazen, then run through the barren San Francisco street until speechless with fatigue. Sometimes the sky folds back like great wings hovering in the sky. There is a strange confusion of scents. From nowhere, jasmine, rose, laurel, blood, sulfur, the head of a newborn. The pavement is cracked and faded, but I still dance a little now and then, for out of darkness one is moon-splashed with the audience of stars. With the passing of Helen, her memories, my conscientious scruples are ignited. I think of the madness of the world, the suffering she described. In the evenings, beginning with only small scribblings on bits of paper, I decide to change reality. For the second time, I apply to med school, and as a gesture to some impossible contact with decision makers, to the Kenneth School of Government at Harvard. The application has less than stellar transcripts from 7 schools spread over decades, an admission of the prison years and standardized test scores obtained between controlled movements from one locked area to another. There is a desperate mention of being among the 40 Science Talent Search finalists, once Westinghouse and now Intel, as a second school remained pertinent. No explanation is given for the curious white space in the curriculum vitae. To med school, I propose expanding American medical curricula online for the Third World. To Harvard, I propose policy research from the perspective of certain special experiences. The applications are truly anomalous, radioactive. I feel foolish, presumptuous, but as a monk I can act only in the service of others. The second round of med school requests for recommendations slowly trickling in, together with outright rejections. Hopelessness flourishes. Resigned to continual defeat from years to trampled spirit, I sit in meditation, facing the wall in my barren room, praying a path will open. A letter appears under the door, the soft padding of a nun's sandals returns down the hall. The Cambridge return address is unsurprising. No doubt it is my rejection by Harvard. Zen practice teaches not to be too reactive to sorrow or joy. So I bow out, sigh, place the letter on a shelf, and go to the dining room to arrange tableware mindfully for 50 people at the evening meal. I work in the kitchen 3 weeks under the 10, so the head cook for each of us circulates through the duties at Hoshinji. I chop vegetables grown in ocean fields at Green Gulch Monastery, slicing with methods taught at Tassajara, preparing monks' food for monks. The thin letter remains unopened. It merely confirms again one's failure in life. I wash dishes for 50 people silently. I think of the first blast of white light and how a policy analysis could have influenced decision makers, achieving surrender by detonating the device 10 miles out in Tokyo Bay. Neglecting the letter for weeks, I sit on the stairs before Hoshinji in the afternoon, or sometimes watch children playing in a local park. They are laughing, singing. One day there is a little girl flying her pink kite before the setting sun. At this small omen, I drag myself to the room and see again the dusty envelope. I open it with resignation, for it is like all the rest. It begins in an elegant script. We are pleased to inform you. As I stand in my monk's cell, the universe turns in the pale dusk. I hear the soft rustling of a robe nearby and open my door, but the hall is empty. In this instant, the path becomes not minimalization of thought, but of bathing in them, of entering for years hence an almost wholly foreign environment of unfamiliar books, lectures, deadlines, memorization and finals, all among the most skilled competitors, all in the study of bureaucracies, federal agencies, the military, financial systems, warfare, and non-governmental organizations. I've never thought in these terms before. Sitting on the steps of Hoshinji, I watched the ambulances, the rush of commuters, the derelict with weary eyes, the first stars. With the quiet rhythm of the blood, I think of pink kites and the harmony of all things. I know many entering students are from Oxford or Princeton, the mid-career people from CIA or State of the Pentagon. The syllabi are on topics completely unread in my exclusively scientific undergraduate courses. A new language must be learned. It all seems too much. Yet it is a path from which one must not wander, like being at gunpoint in prison, or wintering difficult forms of Hoshinji. Derided as a convict, inexplicable to many as a Zen student, but now conferred with the incredibility of Harvard, remain under the changing perception of others. Only this simple monk. Down the hallway, already torn about, leaving this perfect community for the trappings of conventional success, I see a hanging scroll in charcoal brushstrokes. It is a poem from the Blue Cliff Record, a centuries-old Zen text where the monk Oshin describes two rivers in China, the Shou and the Tan, encompassing the area when Zen was practiced. It reads, "South of Shou and north of Tan, the land is filled with gold. Under the shadowless tree, a ferry boat. No one notices in the Emerald Palace." Turning from the calligraphy, I see nearby a kind Chinese nun down on her knees scrubbing the floor. She smiles, places her hands in prayer and bows. Returning this simple gesture for the 10,000th time, I pass through the silent simplicity of the hall with the flowers placed so very carefully in the spiritual practice of Hibana. I am leaving this refuge, this place of mind, with a sad yearning, a sense of irrevocable loss. As the final months pass, at every ceremony and with every practice, I drink in the sight that remains forever with me. The black hems of the robes trailing above the floor, the endless bows, the faint smiles beneath lowered eyes. I see the gold of autumn, the noiseless rain, the venues of falling leaves. The Shuso, the head monk, makes a pronouncement to us during Zazen, but I feel it is meant for me. When you step outside the gate, the multicolored dragon will eat you up. But remember, this is your home. You can always return. In the last week there is a formal ceremony in the Zendo for one leaving the community. The Ino speaks of my assiduous practice with a smile of tolerance, recollecting the ox only dreaming it was a deer. Around me flows a stream of realizations and refined, humble beauty I'm leaving the womb. The final separation is announced by the sharp, loud, reverberating stamp of a log, wooden staff on the floor. I fly from the Zendo for the last time. The morning ceremony is now without my cushion, but I hear down the hall the monks and nuns in sonorous rhythms reciting the Sandokai, the song of the precious mirror. We chant it in Japanese and in English on frequent mornings. Now you have it, preserve it well. A silver bowl filled with snow, a heron hidden in the moon. Move and you are trapped. Miss and you fall into doubt and vacillation. Turning away and touching are both wrong, for it is like a massive fire. To portray it in literal form is to stain it with defilement. In the darkest night it is perfectly clear. In the light of dawn it is perfectly hidden. Like facing a precious mirror, form and reflection behold each other. In one end it says nothing, for the words are not yet right. I stand and listen. Light is coming on overhead, as if there were clerestory windows high up in the vaults. The walled gardens are still rosy, but only with the last blossoms, like a precious mirror or our lives. The monks and nuns are chanting in warm waves. Penetrate the source and travel the pathways. You would do well to respect this. Do not neglect it. With cause and conditions, time and seasons, it is serene and illuminating. So minute it enters where there is no gap. So vast it transcends dimensions. A hair-breadth division and you are out of tune. Whether teachings and approaches are mastered or not, reality constantly flows. An archer with skill can hit the mark at 100 paces. But when arrows meet head-on, how can it be a matter of skill? With practice hidden, function secretly like a fool, like an idiot. To do this continuously is called the host within the host. I fold my robe and kimono in the ritual manner for the trip east. A few clothes, futon and computer, my only other possessions. This gracious community of devoted monks and nuns in which I have lived for years is to be replaced quite suddenly. I vow to carry the teachings with me always. I know that the next monastery is one of competitive students and learned faculty, all striving to solve social problems. World hunger, cyber warfare, overpopulation, biowarfare. Rather than votives and incense and disciplined holy tranquility, the world soon is becoming strange briefings, books on CIA assessment of threats from rogue states and non-state actors, or optimal fleet sizes for nuclear carriers, destroyer escorts. There are no reverent bows on this path, no aesthetic arrangement of flowers, no space between soon relentless thoughts. The next world is a whiplash of conflicting moralities, one as stringent as the transition from the violent chaos of 50 cells to the way. Summoned by the abbess, I appear in the Dokusan room for the last interview. After the respectful bowing, she speaks. And what have you learned here? I describe my limited grasp of the teachings, but feelings of loss soon overcome theological discourse. I will miss you, I cry, coming undone before her for some moments. I will miss you also, she replies gently, bowing a last time. As I bow again at the door, the abbess leaves me with a final teaching. Remember not to let your head get too far from your heart. Gathering my things, I bow deeply in reverence to my monk's room. The stairs and halls already are empty, lonely, without soft smiles. On the 700th day of formal practice, I open the gate of Hoshinji. My old ghost is there, restless, unfocused, frightened, asking for refuge. The eastern sky is light, with only a hair's breadth deviation, distracted by thoughts of the journey ahead. I step directly into the dragon's mouth.
Next up, we have some commentary on the chapter by Mark Johann. The child of a German priest and an Estonian witch, Mark Johann received his BA from Pembroke College, Oxford, and his MA at St. John's, Durham. Having been a lay chaplain, researcher, and toy demonstrator, Mark's essays, poems, and talks have been published in the Psychedelic Press Journal, Interfaith Now, and Breaking Convention. He is interested in syncretism, heresy, comparative theology, and the relationship between God and drug.
So, what we seem to have in this chapter in many ways, it seems to be the calm before the storm. The storm in two senses here. The storm of being an internationally based trainee academic on the one hand, and the storm of the, well, I guess you could say the revelation onslaught to come. But it comes clearly very much after a previous storm of sorts. And there are kind of like, I guess, 4 themes that jump out to me when listening to this. The main message I get from this chapter compounds the core message of the book, which is to say the gift of consciousness, of the sober mind itself, is the greatest source of wisdom that we have. Yes, the book deals evocatively and descriptively in ways where we've all been there, the treasures of altered states. Don't get me wrong, there are plenty of altered states, long-reach thinking, envisioning through history and geography. The words do take us on journeys beyond and before the monastery. But these altered states are garnered purely meditatively, and that's not to mistake the meditative state for something unaltered, but it is the sober mind that we must always begin and end with, even and especially in the exploration of the human mind. Secondly, another theme is that the protagonist sticks us into the depths between prison and monastery, an uneasy juxtaposition, and one with a delayed cadence, given both his next and ultimate destination, Harvard and prison once more, respectively. I think we must remember, as I'm sure every person in this series of podcasts will, that the book was written, all 650 pages, in prison. Leonard had the luxury of having his muse right in front of him, existing as he does, in a federal prison, though perhaps luxury is the wrong word. As well as the natural mind and the ironic similarities and stark differences between a prison and a monastery, the other main themes, which I detect in this chapter, involve, third, the integration of past experience and the transformation into a new de-traumatized being. Though it's not explicit in this chapter, this theme of therapy and exorcism still comes out. The exorcism of past demons and the purification of them in the furnace of peace. Whilst later chapters contain multiple explicit exorcisms, even what I like to call sexorcisms, this chapter in many ways gets the ball in motion. How can the exorcist excise without first being delivered from his own demons? And then the final theme, this chapter is not just a work of Victorian-style American Buddhist autoethnography. It is, and this is where my personal hermeneutical biases come in, it is very much a work of comparative religion. Leonard is clearly engaged in a project, as he is throughout the book, of comparative theology and comparative religion. His Christian heritage is betrayed in the corners of sentences, even often in the same breath with the intricacies of his Zen Buddhist life study. This flies in the face of what is a more fashionable standpoint in scholarship today, that is, considering different religions to be incommensurate, immeasurable next to each other. And this hints at the eventual elucidation of the theory of religions which most of the counterculture subscribe to, which is this perennial philosophy, or an alternative form of it called the mystical core thesis. Indeed, Brother David, who read this chapter so beautifully, is himself a Benedictine, and has done much work comparing, among other things, the Christian Apostles' Creed with the Buddhist notion of paticca samuppada, which is conditioned arising or dependent co-origination. It is thus most fitting, I would say, that we have this chapter based in a Zen monastery read to us by an Austrian Catholic monk. Let's be even more specific, a Californian Zen monastery, and it's read to us by an Austrian Catholic monk. So the first image is that of the protagonist sitting on a meditation cushion in Hoshinji, the beginner's mind temple in San Francisco, which is the oldest Soto Zen temple following, we are told, the Zen master Dogen from 1250 AD. It is described as a place of ancient curtsies and unworldly kindnesses. The use of the word unworldly really gets me here. It even makes me trip up on my words. I would have used the term otherworldly if I were writing this, but here is a writer aware of the cruelties of the world. It is actually unworldly, the kindness in this temple. Far from the temple being somehow removed above or beyond the world, activities are increasingly engaged with creation. After zazen or meditation, we engage in calligraphy, he writes, hibana or flower arranging, chanoyu or tea ceremony, gardening and service to the dying. I think of plans and people, feel anxiety and desire, hear faint muffled traffic, and see upon the wall a shaft of sunlight, he writes. But the kindness, given what has come before, is unworldly. The sober monastic rhythm is not without its revelations, the most prevailing of which is described on page 41. We occasionally gain glimpses of no mind, the space between thoughts. Unworldly kindnesses. It seems that when Leonard wrote those words, he wasn't simply writing from the perspective of a recently released inmate, though this is certainly implied later on and throughout. The second section details viscerally, with the harsh contrast between the violence of cocaine-fueled relationships in San Francisco, which they can hear from the monastery, and the peace of the monastery. And I quote again, "Tender, fruitless urgencies cry to unify the spirit through flesh. Their voices are without bodies. I hate you. I can't be with you anymore. Please don't go. I love you. I gave you all my coke." The cycle of unsatiated cravings, the pleading, the chasing and embraces, the tearing away and returning, the long, low moaning. Not to ruin anything for our listeners, but it is precisely instances like this, aggressive, cocaine-fueled and poisoned love, which the six take it upon themselves, in instances later in the book, to exorcise. Drugs in this context are interpreted demonically, and so now, reading this book for the third time, I feel that there is something proleptic, something predictive in this. But more to the point of this chapter, far from a retreat from the world, this monastery in the metropolis is a clear indication that where restlessness is at its height, calm is most noticed. Where peace is least, their peace is the greatest gift. Where peace is lost, there it is needed the most. To relate this now to something personal in my life, in my meditation practice as a Christian Buddhist, I've consistently found that those moments in my life where I'm the busiest or the most hectic, where I've had the most stuff to do in the shortest time available, those are precisely the times where meditation has its deepest benefit, as well as the time where it is most difficult to initiate, to keep at, to cultivate. This is illustrated, if I could borrow a Western monastic term, even illuminated and encapsulated by the poem which Leonard chooses to reflect on with these events. Below the autumn tempest rages, while above the sky is motionless. On a personal note, Basho's haiku here uses an image very useful to any meditator, that of a sky with clouds or a tempest. While the mind may be chaotic and filled, underneath it is always still the same being, mind. I would also like to draw our listeners' attention to the exploration of how he got there on page 42. I have entered this world by begging admission the same day as released from prison. This perhaps might benefit from some contextual unpacking. The earliest Buddhist monks were referred to as bhikkhus, Bhikkus, transliterated, a word literally meaning beggars. So the earliest Buddhist monks referred to themselves as beggars. This notion of begging admission therefore has resonances not just with later Zen tradition, but with the Theravada and the whole of Buddhist society from the origin point to Zending. The first followers of the Buddha were renouncers who chose to leave the continual give and take of economic life to focus purely on the nature of suffering and its cessation for the good of humanity. Beggars were holy. Beggars were monks, literally. And so the protagonist here is moving from the humiliation in jail to the humility of the monastery. In the back of the reader's mind is the question of how this not quite seamless segue began and why he is in prison. It is, to quote further, the reason he's in prison is a misunderstanding about laboratory equipment, which led to a hellhole of lethargic suffering, years of isolate suffering in the midst of knives and blood. And so we come to the great juxtaposition of the chapter, the ironic connections between the rigorous life of prison and monastery, and the unutterable divergences in philosophy that lie therein. Our protagonist tells us, "I ask for refuge and am given shelter." Again, a contextual point is beneficial here for those who may not have studied Buddhism. As a monk, one takes refuge in three things, a Buddhist monk: in the Buddha, in the Dharma, or the way or doctrine, which is impossible to translate, but in the Buddha, in the Dharma, and finally in the Sangha, or the community of beggars, monks. This notion of asking for refuge is an initiatory step, the beginning of the beginner's mind. How could prison, the reader is left asking, how could prison prepare one for this? The protagonist tells us, howling violence, the ferocity and oppression is gone now, yet still his body is lean and tight from relentless exercises beneath rows of razor wire in nameless, lonely yards. And monasteries are for desperate people, and yet the monastery is proving far more demanding than gun towers. And in this we return to some of the biggest themes in the book: exorcism or deliverance, integration, and transformation. Once more, illuminated for us by the haiku. Rhinoceros crashing through the underbrush becomes white deer in the moonlight. Rhinoceros crashing through the underbrush becomes white deer in the moonlight. We also see the beginning of a project here of comparative religion which undercurrents much of the book. Pages 42 and 43. He says, "With each step I thank the good Lord that Buddhists do not recognize, or the spirit that is the mystery, or the essence of mind for this blessing, this teaching." In psychedelic circles, this is perfectly non-controversial. Religions offer different angles on ultimate truth, something which is, in the end, one. But according to many postmodern scholars and recent fashions in this field, what Leonard is doing here is comparing the incommensurable. He's comparing the uncomparable, the incomparable. If religions circumscribe what is possible to experience, which is the assumption, then how is it possible to bring the good Lord into a Buddhist temple? Indeed, he even admits that Buddhists do not recognize this good Lord, and yet his Christian upbringing is seen as enhancing his understanding, in spite of, perhaps because of, the contrast. Buddhism, especially in its earliest forms, but also in Zen, and especially in its Western variants, is soteriologically, at least, atheistic. And what I mean by that is, you don't need God to be saved. You save yourself by your adoption of the Noble Eightfold Path, and you're seeking refuge, and in the three things that I've mentioned, and changing your perspective gradually. God has little to do with it. Of course, if I may bring two other scholars here, Ninian Smart and Houston Smith, among others, have noted that forms of Buddhism are theism by another name, the notion of the bodhisattva, for example. But here the protagonist is quite content not only to thank the good Lord of Christianity for the teachings of Buddhism, and in the same breath translate it into a previously alien culture, equating it with the spirit that is the mystery, or the essence of mind. Once more, without giving too much away, this has proleptic association later on in the book, when the actual synthesis of the actual synthesis of the sacrament and the rituals of the synthesis are described. But I won't ruin it for you. I'll just leave that bit there, hanging. You have a lot to look forward to, listeners. But how does this process of saving take place? The radical report continues, merging themes of transformation along with the constant traumatized memories of prison. The Rohatsu Sessin, and forgive me if I've pronounced that wrong, the 7-day silent period broken by oryoki meals and walking meditation, known as kinbin, requires, the protagonist says, such absolute attention that I become as a prisoner again, not of the gross, but of the subtle. Some around him physically shake, quoting again. Others relax deeply through, and I quote, de-repressing old memories in silent tears. Yet more, flee. Run away. All this considered, distractions by an ego less than eager to observe itself. So a stick is described, a kyosaku is used to administer and hit the shoulders of those whose posture flags. It is an example of the harshness of the discipline asked of the adherents in this temple. In page 44, we are training not to be obsessive, but to be mindful of the small things. The food is the most pure, adequate. There is no feeling of renunciative philosophy, of being lost in the desert, of purging guilt on a diet of locusts and wild honey. Here again, we have a critical, comparative religious statement. This is not about creating artificial guilt, but the gradual noticing, the being with. On page 45, he describes the monastery as an antipode of Hades past. Hades past, presumably here, means the prison, given the constant parallelisms that he invokes for us. He compares every detail of the past experience to the, every detail of his prison experience to the horrors of prison. He compares to the monastery, and there's this unsettling kind of similarity yet simultaneous radical distinction. And I think it might be helpful now to just list a few of these. So, the madness of the prison chow halls, the place where they eat, surly, angry lines shuffling to receive through a porthole in a cement wall, is contrasted to serving monks and nuns walk in single file, not to the nearest person. Arrive to stand before the first recipient who is holding hands in prayer. The plastic trays are contrasted to a white ceramic bowl, chopsticks, a cloth tied properly. The recipient offers her large lacquered bowl, first raising it to her forehead as a bow with her hands full. The server with the rice then stops, bows, steps forward, ladles out a portion of the rice, steps back, and bows. The second server then bows, the process continuing until all the first recipient's bowls are filled. All bow again. This formal process continuing through all 50 people, and the abbess is served last. Then he contrasts the unearthly din of confined men no longer heard. with the nuns' murmurs of devotions, their soft countenances. In terms of the quality of the food, he contrasts industrial byproducts, the lowest quality processed food for penal institutions, with each person wipes their bowl with a daikon, a pickled cabbage, then eats the daikon. It's both charming and unsettling at the same time. Carelessly heated in vats, and he's now describing the prison again. So everything has this kind of anti-mirror, or some kind of like, it's like the prison and the monastery are mirrored, but they are at the same time so radically opposite, at the same time as being as there being so many equivalences and resonances. And this is the process of de-traumaing yourself. It's a terrible word, but that's how I'm going to describe it. Carelessly heated in vats is the prison food. A Shigella outbreak hospitalizes 80 inmates because a worker has placed feces to the food, which he contrasts with this ancient art of eating food in a Zen monastery. Food is consumed hastily as guards shout threats. Is contrasted to the meal prayer or gatha is chanted in honour of those who grow and bring the food. I dare lift my eyes slightly for the briefest of moments. So there is this sense in which the monastery is rigorous. There are rules. There are rules that you can break, but these rules are intrinsically desired. They're not imposed. So the oppression of the prison is contrasted to the desire for regularity in the monastery. Kitchen workers steal as much as possible in the prison. Tightly crowded tables are filled with murderers, addicts, the dysfunctional and crazed, the clearly evil. Dark countenances drain the smiles from any face. Every hour of the day was highly structured. Awakening meals, working, sleeping. In contrast, now the times of cages, of beggared friendships and destroyed love are no more. I am surrounded by children of light. New students are obvious, restless, distracted. Confusion and irreverence are like a rock thrown into a pool of moonlight. This practice is performed on page 46 as if each of us were a sacrament. Now, I could be clutching at straws with this one, which is why I referred to my hermeneutical lens, but it's interesting that Leonard uses the word sacrament here, given that he's using so many Japanese words and Japanese traditions in their original language. Perhaps there is no better word, but this is a word which is fermented in a Christian context to mean the outward and visible sign of an inward and spiritual grace. It is also one of the main words in the novel's subtitle, On Secrets and Sacraments. I'm going to just intersect this theme of sacrament with a book I've been reading recently called The City is My Monastery by Richard Carter. And this quotation speaks to the Rose of Paracelsus in the sense that sacraments, it's a misnomer. It's a appealing and indeed attractive thought that a sacrament is just a chemical, but of course sacrament is so much more than a chemical. A sacrament is a way of treating people and a way of being with others. And in this chapter, when the protagonist describes treating other people as sacraments, I think this quote from this book, "The City is My Monastery," will help elucidate what we might mean by this term sacrament, which is not just part of the title, but a big theme of the book. Outward and visible sign of an inward and spiritual grace. It's very easy to see a psychedelic as a sacrament. It's a chemical that binds to certain receptors and often elucidates and provokes deeply spiritual, numinous, mystical phenomena or experiences or qualia in the human mind. So there is this physical pole and then there's this experiential pole. But a sacrament isn't just a chemical. So, and that's, I think, a really, really important theme in the book as a whole, and also in this chapter as well. So this is taken from Richard Carter's book, The City is My Monastery. Daniel told me about Brian, who had for 30 years slept on the same bench outside St. Andrew's by the wardrobe. Each week he visited him with the street rescue team. They tried to persuade him to visit the hostel, but he didn't want to come in. Too claustrophobic. Too many other people. This was his home. This bench. His ceiling, the sky. But over the years he learnt to trust Daniel. Then one day, completely, unexpectedly, he said he would come. He was frail. His clothes were soaking wet. Daniel helped him. "Don't leave me, sir," he said so politely. "Don't leave me, please." He was wearing several layers of socks. They had been on his feet for so long they had disintegrated, had to be gently peeled away from his skin. Daniel washed his feet. "That must have been difficult," I said. "No," Daniel said. "I felt so privileged that he allowed me to do this for him. It felt the most holy thing I had ever done in my life. It was sacrament. It was not long after that Brian died. It was as though he wanted to prepare himself for burial. Do this in remembrance of me." So, on page 50 and 51, he describes the gong as being gravity. Gravity itself. The gong is this thing which keeps the monastery grounded, upright, and in connection with itself. In spite of the chapter containing no LSD, it still contains altered states, as I mentioned at the beginning, and the constant to and fro between inner transformation and outward sacrifice. The traditional theological meaning, as we've said, being an outward sign of an inward grace, this sacrament idea. So just to illustrate one experience that he has, and it kind of anticipates a lot of the more espionage themed elements of the trips to come later on in the book. On the roof he has this experience. The brilliant open western sky is blue and hard. The spire of the Carillon at the Berkeley campus pierces a low fog across the bay. Its own temple bells are calling the academic faithful to their devotions. So here we have another parallelism, which is the academic faithful to their devotions, another form of enlightenment. It is a tolling to which I too ultimately must yield, as is my heritage. But reborn in this cleansing practice at Hoshinji, I vow to remain until these precepts can be applied to scholarly effort, the promise of new life. To the south is Stanford and Silicon Valley, their bandwidth electrifying our planet. I bow in the direction in honour of the beings we are all becoming. Yet, as a cloud passes before the sun, I notice to the northeast the Federal Building. There, technology is being turned inward upon us through fearsome surveillance methods and databases with millions of files instantly retrievable for monitoring subjects of interest. Against the shadow's coldness, I pull my sitting robe closely, anticipating that such careful scrutiny of the population is leading to Indra's net, the Sufi concept of a universe of eyes looking at each other, but this time in judgment. Perhaps they still consider me a target, one who inexplicably has gone to ground in a religious retreat. So there are loads of things here in the quotation. Firstly, there's this notion of surveillance and control, which is a huge theme in the book. And although it's not, and it's a theme in this chapter, the prison, the macro in terms of Silicon Valley and the espionage networks that plough through our data. Technology being turned inward upon us through fearsome surveillance methods and databases with millions of files. So, although this isn't an altered state per se, he is nevertheless aware of his psychogeography and his positioning in the world. And it's not like meditation makes all this go away. On page 51,